There are just 34 students. I'm waiting for the other students. We can't wait anymore. We will start today's lecture. And
Recording in progress.
if you have any issue in listening to me, or if there is any connection issue from my side, please let me know, okay? Right. In today's lecture, we are going to cover a different section than what we have done previously. In this one, the course is DAPM 11034, Agronomy of Crop Production Systems. Under that, there are two sections, and in today's lecture, I will be covering fruit crop production, and the second session after the lunch will be taken by Miss Amanda, and in that session she will be discussing with you regarding vegetable crop production, right? And in another lecture, Ms. Erandi Vijay Singha will be talking with you regarding other horticultural crops, right? So, as you know, I think you have met me earlier. I'm Achini Devagadara, and I'm from the Department of Horticulture and Landscape Gardening. And in this course module, we are focusing on horticultural crop production. I think you have learned about export crops, plantation crops, and in this one, you are learning about horticultural crops, right? Have you heard of the term horticulture? What is horticulture? What is horticulture? Okay, this is the definition, simple definition: science and art of cultivating, improving, processing, and marketing of fruits, vegetables, flowers, and other ornamental plants. Right? Horticulture means fruits, vegetables, and flowers and ornamental plants. Right? So there are three main categories of crops that are coming under horticulture: fruits, vegetables, and ornamental plants. Right? So if you look at this, this is how the horticulture is made. Homology is a term given for fruit crop production. Olericulture is a term used for vegetable crop production. And floriculture is used for flowering and ornamental plant production. Right? So horticulture is the term used for all these three crop production types: fruits, vegetables, and ornamental plants. Right? Did you understand what horticulture is? So it is the art and science of cultivating, improving, processing, and marketing. We are starting from the beginning, from the cultivation until we market and sell them, right? So all the steps in the processing and the cultivation, everything is discussed under this horticulture, right? So in horticulture, there are two main goals. One is to provide food and also beautify the environment, right? Provide food for the people, that is by fruits, vegetables, and also by ornamental plants. We are expecting to beautify the environment, right? So two main goals are there, and this regarding horticulture, what are horticultural crops, and their classification and all those things will be discussed by Dr. Irandi Vijay Singha in an upcoming lecture. So, however, we are going to start regarding pomology and olericulture. I will be talking about pomology, that is cultivation of fruit crops. And in the afternoon session, Ms. Amanda will talk about vegetable crop production with you, right? Do you have any questions?
Is this a art of a garden cultivation?
Yes, horticulture includes that part as well.
Excuse me, what is the Sinhala word for horticulture?
The
ගෙවතු උයන් වගා කිරීමේ කලාව.
it is the අපි department එක ගැන කිව්වොත් අපි horticulture and landscape gardening එක අපි කියන්නේ උද්‍යාන විද්‍යාව කියලා. ඒකට උද්‍යාන විද්‍යාව තමයි horticulture. Right? And right. So you will learn regarding horticulture, what is horticulture. If I show you the first module, you will have a clear idea. Let me share the first module with you. Can you see the course module?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, here this is the section that we are going to do. C4.1, Introduction to Horticultural Crops Production, Vegetable Cultivation Technologies, Fruit Crop Production, Cultivation of Floriculture Crops and Export and Industrial Potential. All these things will be discussed under this course. And today I will be talking about fruit crop production, and Ms. Amanda will be talking about vegetable cultivation. And Dr. Irandi Vijay Singha will talk with you regarding what are horticultural crops and floriculture crops and the export and industrial potential. Right? Okay, now let's get back to the presentation today. I hope you can see. Right. So I told you that I'm going to talk about pomology or fruit crop production. So before we talk about fruit crop production, can you tell me what is a fruit?
Fruits are which producing vitamins and minerals.
Fruits contain vitamins and minerals. Okay. If you define a fruit, what is a fruit? I think we all like to eat fruits, and we all have consumed variety of fruits, and on daily basis we consume fruits, right? So I get some definitions here.
It's contain the starch.
Yeah, can you define? Okay, so we can define it in the terms of the botany. Uh, Fruit is a seed-bearing structure in flowering plants, and it is formed from the ovary of the flower. It is a method of disseminating seeds by flowering plants. Right. So if we discuss about these, fruits are used in the process of reproduction in plants. Seeds are the reproductive structure for flower, and these seeds are disseminated to different places by using the fruit. Right? So if we take a flower after pollination and fertilization will convert into a fruit. Right? Okay, so this is the flower, and when the flower is pollinated and fertilized, can you tell me what will become the seed?
Ovule.
Ovules in the ovary will become the seeds of the fruit, right? And sepals, petals, and other structures like stigma, style, those things will dry and fall off, and the ovary will become the fruit, right? So, fruit in the sense of a plant is a result of reproduction, pollination, and fertilization, and this is edible. Edible means we can eat it. It's edible, and because it is edible, animals and even humans consume it, and the seeds will be disseminated into different places, right? So the main purpose of having a fruit is to disseminate seeds to different places, right? So just remember that ovules become the seed and the ovary becomes the fruit. Okay. So we can also define fruits as the fleshy seed-associated structures of plants that are typically sweet or sour and edible in the raw state. What does this mean? අමුවෙන් අපිට කන්න පුළුවන්. Right? We can eat it fresh without doing anything. Right? If we take vegetables, generally we process them or cook them before we consume. But in the case of fruits, we can eat them in the raw state. අපිට කඩලා එහෙමම කන්න පුළුවන්. අපි උයන්න හරි මොන හරි processing කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. Right? Right. These are some definitions about fruits. So I will show you how a fruit is formed using a video clip. Can you see this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is being done here?
Pollination. Pollinated.
Yes, this is artificial pollination. It is done by brushing or applying pollen from another flower into this flower, right?
And seed of a plant. You have already understood about the process of pollination in flowering plants. Let's now understand about the formation of fruits and seed of a plant. 1. A pollen grain lands on the stigma where the flower is pollinated. 2. A tube grows down through the style to the ovary and into the ovule, known as the pollen tube. 3. When the male pollen and the female ovule join, the ovule is fertilized. 4. The fertilized ovule develops into a seed. 5. This seed may eventually grow into a new plant. 6. The ovary protects the seed as it develops. 7. The combination of fertilized ovule and ovary is called the fruit. A fruit may have one or more seeds. The fruit is the seed-bearing structure of a flowering plant.
Okay, I think you got an idea about how fruits are formed from the flowers, right? So, in the first video clip, you saw how strawberries are produced from the flowers, right? When the fruit is developing, the other structures like petals, sepals, and stigma, xylem, stamen, those things fall off, right? Okay, right. Now let's discuss about the importance of fruit. What are the importance of fruit? Maybe you have heard that we have different fruits every day. There are different programs that try to increase the consumption of fruit crops by people. So what is the importance? Why should we consume fruits? Yes. What are the importance of fruits?
Spread of trees.
Okay, yeah. Dissemination of seeds means uh, next generation is spread. Okay.
Vitamins.
Yeah. Fruits generally consist of many vitamins and minerals. So by consuming those fruits, we can fulfill the requirement of vitamins and minerals in humans. Yeah. What else?
Medicine.
Yes. Some or most of the fruit crops have medicinal values. They contain different antioxidants and different chemicals which are helpful in treating diseases. Yeah. What else?
After cross-pollinated, features crossing over.
What do you
අර මොනවද අපි ලක්ෂණ මිශ්‍ර වෙලා කියන්නේ අර මේ බීජ මගින් වෙන්නේ අර vegetative propagation එකෙන් නැතුව අලුත් අලුත් ලක්ෂණ බිහි කරන එක.
Yeah. You mean the mixing of genetic composition of plants, so we can get the resulting population be different from the parent plants. Yeah. Okay. What are the importances of fruits to human beings?
It helps digestion.
Yeah, it helps in digestion. Why? What is the reason? Fruit crops have more fiber. Fruits bear more fiber, so that helps in digestion.
Reduce the diseases.
Which diseases?
Vitamin deficiencies.
Yeah, we discussed about that earlier. One of you mentioned about the medical importance. Yeah.
It produce oil from seeds.
Okay. Right. We will discuss one by one. So the first and the most important thing is the nutritional value. So they contain vitamins, minerals, carbohydrates, proteins, fats, fiber, and water. right? So here are some examples of vitamins available in fruits. Vitamin A is present in mango, papaya, jackfruit, and cashew. And vitamin B in cashew kernel, papaya, banana, apple, and pomegranate. And vitamin C in guava, citruses, pineapples, strawberries, and vitamin E in many fruits. Vitamin E is helpful in preventing aging, right? So this is the we can't say mango doesn't have vitamin C. Now I have listed the highest containing vitamin. Okay. So when we talk about minerals, calcium, phosphorus, ferrous, sodium are present in fruits. Banana, lime, lemon, avocado, pomegranate, and proteins are present in mainly in nuts, almonds, cashew nut, walnut, and durian. And fat, I think you are familiar that avocados, durian, they are fat, and also in wood apple, walnut, almond, and carbohydrates are mostly present in dates, apricots, durian, banana, bale fruit. And you might know that sportsmen, when they are when they are about to face sports activity, they consume a banana because banana provides energy. Right? Here you can see some examples of fruits, and there are some vegetables as well in this picture. But you can get a rough idea. Right? So, as one of you mentioned, fruits helps in digestion. So because of the fiber content. Right? So generally fiber we cannot synthesize inside our body. So fruit crops which bear fiber should be taken into our diet. Right? So there are soluble fibers like pectin and insoluble fibers like lignin. So we have to consume fruits to maintain the gastrointestinal, the digestive system of ours healthy, right? And nutraceuticals, I think one of you mentioned, there are different pigments present in fruits. Now, if we take here even this picture, kiwi has some green color, and if you take strawberry, it has some red appearance. Likewise, there are pigments in fruits. And also some phytochemicals are available. There are some tannin, antioxidants, which are helpful in the immunity in the body, human body, right? So these nutraceuticals increase the immunity and some prevent blood cancer. So other health and medicinal values include they lower the risk of developing diseases, and most of the fruit crops bear lot of water and helps to keep our bodies hydrated. Now, if you take watermelon, you know it contains more water, and most of the fruit crops, oranges, grapes, as you see in the picture, they bear lot of water, and this helps to keep our bodies hydrated, right? And antioxidants are available, which combats free radicals. Free radicals are the substances that are present in our body which causes cancer. So antioxidants present in fruits fight against these free radicals, and high in fiber and keeps you fit and healthy. And the fruits are nutrient dense. There are a lot of nutrients and provide our bodies with vitamins and minerals. And these vitamins and minerals help to make your body glow. That means if you consume more fruit, you can look more pretty, right? And boost brain power. And also, it makes you feel energized. And also keeps your digestive system healthy, right? So you didn't mention about the economic importance. Now, if you take these days, we have many fruit crops, right? Maybe you all have crops at your home, right? So now imagine now we have durian these days. So one fruit of durian, what is the price? Can anybody tell me?
Five, 600 rupees.
I don't think we can buy durians these days for 600. They are around 1,000 nowadays. So imagine you have a durian tree at your home and there are 100 fruits in your tree. So it will provide a very high income for you. Just by establishing a single plant, single tree, you will be able to get a lot of economic income, right? And also the productivity of most of the fruit crops are very high. So from a unit area, we can get a high yield. If we have a single mango tree in your home, how many mangoes we can get per year, right? If we cultivate any other crop, I don't think we can get a yield like that from a unit area, right? And also, there will be a high net profit because some fruits are seasonal, some fruits are bearing throughout the year. සමහර fruits crops තියෙනවා අවුරුද්ද එක කාලයකට විතරයි. සමහර ඒවා තියෙනවා අවුරුද්ද පුරාම තියෙනවා. So, in such cases, we can get money throughout the year. And even if we compare this with vegetables, most of the vegetable crops are annual plants. එකපාරක් හැදුවා ඊට පස්සේ we have to replace them. Again, we have to uproot and replant. But most of the fruit crops are perennial. Not all, but most of them are perennial. අපි එකපාරක් හැදුවොත් ඒක අවුරුදු ගාණක්ම තියාගන්න පුළුවන්. ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුදු ගාණක්ම අපිට harvest කරලා අවුරුදු ගාණක් yield ගන්න පුළුවන්. Right? And these fruit crops has the possibility to attract foreign exchange. Now, you know, in our country nowadays, we have a dollar deficiency. We don't have much dollars, so the currency is declining. Likewise, there are issues. But we can grow more fruit crops, and if we can export them, we can get more foreign exchange. Right? In our country, most of the fruit crops are exported to other countries. We export banana, strawberries. There are many fruit crops that we export. Right? If we can increase this production and exportation, we can obtain more foreign exchange to our country, right? And also, these fruit crops are raw materials for many agro-based industries. Can you tell me what are those industries? Fruit crops are raw materials.
Jam, cordial.
Okay, yeah. In fruit processed products, jams, cordials, likewise, yeah. You might have seen some other products like beauty culture products. There are papaya face wash, strawberry lime scrub. Likewise, there are some other agro-based industries, and there are some medicine extracted from these fruit crops, right? Likewise, and also sometimes if you take pineapple, so in other countries, the pineapple leaves, after we uproot the pineapple plant, the pineapple leaves are used in the production of clothes. The fiber present in pineapple leaves are used in cloth production. Likewise, there are a range of agro-based industries which use fruits as raw material. Okay. Right. The other thing is efficient use of resources. Now, generally, these fruit crops require less inputs compared to other crops. ලොකුවට inputs අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ නැහැ මේ fruit crops වලට. If we establish them in a land, we have to maintain them for about 2 years, and after that, they can bear the conditions in the field. ගස් ලොකු වුණාට පස්සේ we don't have to do the watering, fertilizer application. Like if we are going for an intensive cultivation, we have to do them. But if we apply fertilizer and we apply water, we can get a higher yield and a higher income, right? And the next thing is utilization of waste and barren land for production. So as I told you, these fruit crops, they do not require many inputs. So we can establish fruit crops in many barren lands. අතහැරලා දාපු ඉඩම් වල වුණත් අපිට මේවා හිටවන්න පුළුවන්. Okay. The next thing is socio-economic importance. So this is a good income source for many people, mainly the rural areas. I told you that if we have a one durian tree at home, we can get an income. නිකන් ගහ තියනවා. We don't do anything to that. අවුරුද්දට එක පාරක්, දෙපාරක් අපිට පුළුවන් ඒකෙන් yield එකක් ගන්න. Right? And even in home gardens, maybe even you have trees, mango, maybe papaya, maybe banana. You have some fruit crops in your home garden. Then when the fruits are there, you might sell them to the market and get an income, right? And also the other thing is provide employment opportunities for people, right? There are commercial cultivations of these fruit crops, and also sometimes there are home garden level cultivation. And there are large companies who involve in the production of these fruit crops, processing of these fruit crops, exportation of fruit crops. So there is a huge chain. So in each level, there are job opportunities, employment opportunities for people, from harvesting, cultivation, fertilizer application, and up to packaging, transportation. මේ හැම stage එකකම job opportunities create වෙලා තියෙනවා, right? And crop management, marketing and processing, as I told. Right. The other thing is environmental value. What is environmental value? Most of these fruit crops, they have high water use efficiency. That means they require less amount of water per unit area of fruit crops when compared to rice and other field crops. Anit crops එක compare කරද්දී water requirement is comparatively low, right? And also they help in soil conservation. Most of the fruit crops, they are perennial. They have a well spread root system, and this root system will prevent soil erosion and conserve the soil. And the other thing is they can fix more carbon dioxide compared to other fruit crops, and also they help in removing pollutants from air, right? Here are some other environmental values. Provide medicine, provides fruits, cools our environment, remove carbon dioxide, reduce erosion, prevents flooding. Right? Another thing is long-term income source as a raw product or value addition. Now, I told you most of the fruit crops are perennial. So we can harvest them several times in their life cycle. Maybe 2-3 years, maybe for 10-15 years. Right? So this is a long-term income source. And you might have seen this in many places, the cultural and religious importance of fruit crops. Now, you might have seen these Palathuruvat, right, in Diwali and all, we offer these fruit baskets to gods and all, right? That is another importance. Right. Those are the importance of fruit crops. Other than what I have mentioned, do you have any other importance that I may have missed?
Self-employment, like fruit juice.
Yeah, there are self-employment opportunities. So it's coming under this, provide employment, not only working in other places, there are self-employment opportunities too. Yeah. Fruit crops also helps in wildlife conservation. How does that happen? If you have a fruit crop in your home garden, you might see how many birds, animals, maybe squirrels, monkeys, how many animals visit your home garden. So if you like to add wildlife into your gardens, we can plant fruit crops. So many wildlife, including birds and other animals, will visit your garden. Okay. Any other things that we missed? Right. Now, tell me some fruit crops that are grown in Sri Lanka. Mango.
Banana.
Yeah.
Pineapple.
Papaya.
Guava.
Yeah. Guava.
Rambutan. Mangosteen. Durian fruit. Wood apple. Slim apple. Custard.
Papaya, rambutan, durian, orange, avocado,
Okay. We can classify the fruits into three main categories as tropical fruits, subtropical fruits, and temperate fruits. So tropical fruits are grown in countries like ours where there are no seasonality, but temperate fruits are cultivated in areas where there are the 4 seasons, winter and summer, likewise. So tropical fruits, we can classify mango, rambutan, durian, mangosteen, many others I have listed here under tropical fruits. Subtropical fruits are also mango, orange, and as temperate fruits, we can classify pears, strawberries. Okay, right. We can also classify fruits according to their cultivation extent and the production and cultivation extent. By considering that, we can classify fruit crops like this: major fruit crops and minor fruit crops. That is not a sharp classification. There is no sharp classification. Even here you can see mango is coming under these two categories, right? So these fruit crops we can classify in Sri Lanka according to the extent of cultivation and the production. We can consider banana, mango, papaya, and pineapple as the major fruit crops of our country, because we consume a lot of these fruits, we have a lot of cultivations, and also we produce a lot of these fruit crops, right? So these are considered as major fruit crops. The other fruit crops are, the other economically important fruit crops are rambutan, avocado, citrus, durian, mangosteen, passion fruit. There are many others. Dark fruit crops, there are about 50 cultivated fruits in our country. And the other thing is underutilized fruit crops. What are underutilized fruit crops? Here, the examples are Garcinia, custard apple, soursop, cucurasa. What are underutilized fruit crops? If we compare these fruit crops to the major fruit crops like banana, what are the differences? What are the differences? So these fruit crops are not commercially cultivated in our country. Right? There are no commercial cultivations. Generally, these are found in the wild or inside forest or only at home garden level. And there are post-harvest practices are not identified correctly. The methods of harvesting, the methods of packaging and processing, those things are not identified properly, right? And other thing is their varieties have not been identified. Their research have not been conducted. There are no other products available. If you take mango, there are many products available. Mango cordial, many products are available. But here, if you take Garcinia, are there any products of Garcinia? No, right? So they are difficult to find in the market, rarely found in the market, and their nutrition value is not identified yet because their research is not conducted. Right? We can't exactly mention the nutrition composition of this fruit. Right? So their research are not done. Some researches are carried out, but not like the major fruit crops. In the major fruit crops, all the detail information regarding major fruit crops are identified at the moment, and many research and development activities are going on for these crops. But comparatively, for underutilized fruits, these are not carried out well. Okay, did you understand the difference? Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Now, let's discuss about the commercial crop production systems in Sri Lanka. Generally, most of the fruit crops are coming from home gardens. Commercial cultivations are also available, and some fruit crops are gathered from wild or uncultivated land. That means අපි කැලේට ගිහිල්ලා හරි කොහේ හරි තියෙන තැනකින් අපි කඩාගෙන. We have not cultivated them, right? So these fruit crops are collected from wild forests or uncultivated land, mainly the underutilized fruits. Wood apple, moral, Garciambala. Can you tell me other underutilized fruit crops in Sri Lanka? In your areas, you might have. You're from
Soursop,
all. Yes, also.
custard apple,
Other than what you saw in the presentation.
custard apple,
Okay. Tell me the other underutilized fruit crops.
gurasa,
Yeah, those things are in the presentation. I'm asking something else other than what you saw in the presentation. There are many.
ලාවලු
Yeah, love. Mora, madang, yeah.
නසා
Asang, yeah.
හිඹුටු මාදම්
Manda,
lovi,
සැතබිල්ල
mm. Okay. Yang yang
ambilla, ambilla,
කාබරංග
Okay. Oh, කියන්නකො ළමයි.
How about the locket?
Yeah, locker.
ambul pera,
Yeah. Okay, okay. Find more underutilized fruit crops. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay. Find more underutilized fruit crops. Right. So the other method of cultivation or production is home gardens. Most of the fruit crops comes from home garden in our country, right? Avocado, durian, mango, passion fruit, rambutan. There are many home garden fruit crops as well. Can you tell me more? Fruit crops available in home gardens?
mangosteen, jackfruit,
Vertical gardening.
Yeah, mangosteen, jackfruit. What did you say?
Vertical gardening.
No, I'm asking about the fruits that are available in home gardens.
guava,
Sorry?
guava,
orange
Okay. So, home gardens are the most important category, and most of the fruit crops are coming to the market from home gardens, right? And there are commercial cultivations also available for fruit crops like banana, papaya, mango, pineapple, passion fruit, rambutan, lime, orange, etc. Right? And nowadays the trend is increasing for fruit crops. So soursop like fruits are also cultivated. Grapes are cultivated in commercial cultivation. Pomegranate. So this has been increased and improved. Okay. And when we consider about the types of commercial cultivation, now we are going to focus on this commercial cultivation. We can categorize them into three main categories: small scale cultivations, medium scale cultivations, and large scale cultivation. Right? So government is also now promoting commercial cultivation of fruit crops at village level. Right? As I told you, we can obtain a higher income from these fruit crops and also some foreign exchange. So government also tries to promote cultivation of commercial fruits, right? So the commercial cultivations can be categorized into three categories as small scale, medium scale, and large scale. Generally, large scale cultivations are available for major fruit crops. What are the major fruit crops in Sri Lanka?
Banana, pineapple, mango.
Yeah, I mentioned four. What is the other one?
Papaya.
Okay, so here are some examples for different fruit crops that are grown in these cropping systems. Have you learned about different cropping systems? Of course, I think you learned about monocrops, intercrops, and mixed crops in your previous lectures. Did you learn?
Yes.
Okay, so fruit crops can also be incorporated into these different cropping systems, right? So as monocrops, we can cultivate banana, papaya, passion fruit, grapes, many crops can be cultivated. And also, we can cultivate these fruit crops as intercrops. Pineapple, banana, papaya, there are many crops that can be used. Generally in with export agricultural crops or with plantation crops, fruit crops are incorporated. You might have learned in your previous lecture that we can incorporate pineapple along with coconut and rubber. And we can also cultivate banana and papaya-like fruit crops with other crops. And we can also use these fruit crops in mixed cropping. Mostly in home gardens. Students, do you hear me clearly?
සද්ද පොඩ්ඩක් එහෙම වෙනවා මිස් ඇහෙන්නත් වෙනවා සමහර වෙලාවට.
කියනවා note කියනවා. මෙහෙම කතා කරද්දී ඔයාලට ඇහෙනවද?
ඔව් මිස් ඒකට හොඳට ඇහුණා.
Okay. Maybe there is an issue with my headset. Okay. Now let's discuss about the major fruit growing areas in Sri Lanka. Can you tell me which crops are grown in which area? If you take strawberry, it's easy. So I take strawberry as the first example. Where is it grown in Sri Lanka?
country.
Can you specify the district maybe?
Nuwareli.
Hmm. Okay. Somewhere there are cold climate conditions like Nuwareli. Okay. What about grapes? Where do
Jaffna.
yeah, Jaffna. Where else? Jaffna, Kalpitiya, like very arid areas where there is more sun. Likewise, can you tell me examples of areas where fruit crops are cultivated? Fruit එකයි area එකයි දෙකම කියන්නේ. Pineapple. Where can we find pineapple?
Kurunegala.
Mm-hmm.
Nawala.
Hmm. And some areas are famous for certain fruit crops.
Kotte orange.
Generally, oranges are Bibila.
Bibila.
Bibila is famous for oranges, citrus fruits.
Malwana. Rambutan.
What is Kalutara famous for?
mangosteen.
Yeah. Okay, now let's see. We take banana. We can see banana in Ratnapura, Monaragala, Kurunegala, and Hambantota. Generally, there are many varieties of banana which are suitable for all around the country. But mainly commercial cultivations and large-scale cultivations are available in these areas in our country. Kurunegala, Hambantota, Monaragala, Ratnapura. But if we consider it generally, in most home gardens we have banana. Pineapple, as you said, is famous in Gampaha and Kurunegala, mainly grown in these areas. And what about mango?
Anuradhapura. Gambaha. Jaffna.
Mango is also like that. Mango is also, there are many varieties which are suitable for all areas of the country. So, Kurunegala, Anuradhapura, Gampaha, Monaragala we can find many plants. Passion fruit, generally in Mathugama and Kalutara areas, but there are some varieties grown in different other areas too. And rambutan is cultivated mainly in Gampaha and Kurunegala. Papaya is also available throughout the country, but Hambantota, Monaragala, Putlam are famous. And orange, lime, pears like fruits are grown in Monaragala, Bibila like areas. Right? So, the agriculture department has done many researches and developed many varieties which are suitable for other areas also. Now, if you take pineapple, I'll take mango. Mango is generally cultivated in arid areas, but some varieties are there which are suitable for wet zone too. Right? Likewise, there are different researches carried out to identify different varieties which are suitable for different climatic conditions. Right? And one important importance of developing different varieties for different areas is that we can minimize the transport cost. Now, if we cultivate mango in Jaffna only, if we want to eat, if a person from Kandy wants to eat mango, the mango should be transported from Jaffna to Kandy. So we can minimize the transportation cost, and also some fruits like if you take rambutan, they are cultivated in Gampaha and Kurunali. But there are different researches carried out to identify the potential of them growing in Monaragala, Bibila like areas. By doing that, the department is trying to produce off-season fruits. Now there is a season for rambutan. Rambutan තියෙන්නේ rambutan කාලෙට විතරයි. නේ? By cultivating them in some other climatic conditions in areas where the climate is different, we can obtain fruits in a different period of the year. So it is called as off-season fruit crop production. Season එකෙන් පිට. Right? So by doing that, we can obtain fruits throughout the year, and also we can get a higher income. And another thing is, most of the exporting companies, the countries who are importing fruits from our country, they are requesting to supply the same amount of fruit every year or throughout the year. අවුරුද්ද පුරාවටම supply එකක් තියෙනවා නම් එයාලා කැමති. අවුරුද්ද එක කාලයකට විතරක් නැතුව. So in that case also off-season fruit crop production is improved. Right? Okay, I think you understood what it means. Right, now let's discuss about the history of commercial fruit crop production in Sri Lanka. So, as you know, in our country we had fruits, we have and we already had fruits all around the country where there were very huge diversity among fruits. ඔයාලා මට ගොඩාක් examples කිව්වේ නැහැ. ඒ වුණාට ඉස්සර කාලේ ඉඳන්ම අපේ රටේ ගොඩාක් fruit crops තිබුණා. Right? මට examples වැඩි ඔයාලා කිව්වේ නැති වුණාට underutilized fruit crops විදිහට කරවල කැවිල්ල, මොර, වේ, දොඹ, අරව මේවා ගොඩාක් fruit crops ඉස්සර තිබුණා තියෙනවා. But commercial scale cultivations have been introduced to our country in 1933. Right? Initially, mango orchards have been established in Palvihera, Minneria, Parantan-like areas. Sweet oranges have been established in Bibila and Minneria. Papaya, avocado, wood apple, rose apple like fruit crops have been established as commercial cultivation. And the nurseries for producing large amount of grafted fruit trees were introduced in 1960. And after 1995, lime, orange, mango, papaya, pineapple, banana, rambutan has been introduced as commercial fruits because they have a commercial value, commercial market for these crops. So they were labeled as commercial fruit in our country. Right? Then with time, the fruit processing and marketing channels have been introduced and developed. And nowadays, even now, the cultivation of fruits in home garden level is encouraged. Okay, that is how the commercial fruit production sector in our country has been developed. Okay. If we check the total agricultural land area in Sri Lanka, it is 2.3 million hectares. and there are about 50 common fruit crops grown in Sri Lanka. Now, out of this one, 150,000 hectares of land is devoted for the major fruit cultivations: banana, papaya, mango, and pineapple. Right? And the total annual production of fruits in our country is 900,000 metric tons. Right? And 90% of the production is coming from the home gardens. I told you that we have different production systems gathered from the wild, home gardens, and commercial cultivations. And 90% of the fruits that are available in the market are coming from the home garden. Right? So home gardens are a type of mixed cropping systems, and generally the fruits that are present in home garden are seed propagated. So there is a huge variation among trees. And 10% of the fruits are coming from commercial cultivation. So if we take the consumption, out of the produced fruits for local consumption, that means to consume in our country, we use 60% of the fruits. අපි harvest කරන එකෙන් 60% රට ඇතුලේ පරිභෝජනය කරනවා. And 3 to 5% is exported to other countries. And the sad thing to say is that 30 to 35% of the fruits are lost during the post-harvest handling. ඒ කියන්නේ harvesting, storing, transportation, packaging මේ stages වලදී 30 to 35% of fruits are lost. So the highest post-harvest losses for fruits, that is 30 to 35%. While හිතන්න අපි ලොකු investment එකක් කරලා fertilizer දාලා වතුර දාලා හොඳට maintain කරලා හදන fruit crops, ලොකු yield එකක් ගන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන හදන fruit crops, harvesting කරද්දී, storage එකේදී, transport කරද්දී, packaging වලදී 130ක්ම 35ක් විතර loss එකක් වෙනවා. Right? If we can reduce this loss and if we can convert this into export, how much income foreign exchange can we obtain? Just think about that. Okay. Right. Do you have any questions up to now? Right. Now I will share some statistics with you. Actually, the most recent statistics are not available. I could find only 2018 and 2019. So this is from the Department of Census and Statistics. Here we have the extent and the production of fruit crops. Here banana in 2018, extent is 45,000. And in 2019, it has been reduced to 44,000. Right? If we take 2019, වැඩිපුරම හිටවල තියෙන මොනවාද? The highest cultivation extent is for banana, right? So here you can see in 2019 the extent of production of different fruit crops. The highest extent is for banana, that is 44,000 hectares, and the second one is mango, and lime has also a high rate. orange, papaya, rambutan, right? So if we consider the production, the number of fruits, you can see different values and the tons of production. The production in the sense of weight. මේ කියලා තියෙන්නේ number of fruits ගානෙන් මේ තියෙන්නේ weight එකත් එක්ක. Right? Okay. So here you can see the prices of different fruit crops. If we take banana, we have different varieties. Sour means ambul, Seeni, Kolikuttu, Anamalu. You can see the price of 1 kilogram of these varieties. This is the difference. Farm gate කියන්නේ farmerගෙන් අපි ගන්න price. The price we give to farmer when we are purchasing 1 kilo of banana from the farmer. And this is the retail price. Retail price means the price at the market. අපි කඩෙන් ගන්න ගියාම තියෙන ගාන. So you can see the difference. 57 is the farm gate price in 2017, and in 2017 the retail price is 112. It's almost double. එතකොට මේ අතරමැද ගාන කවුද අරගෙන තියෙන්නේ? farmer ට දීලා තියෙන්නේ 57යි කිලෝ එකකට. අපි කඩෙන් ගන්න ගියාම 112යි. You can see the difference. So the middleman from farmer to the buyer, maybe the sellers, transporters, and those people have already taken a huge profit. Farmer අමාරුවේ හිටුවට එයාට හොඳ profit එකක් හම්බ වෙලා නැහැ. Right? And also you can see that the prices are varying in each year. Right? අවුරුද්දෙන් අවුරුද්ද price එක වෙනස් වෙනවා. And do you know the price of Kolikuttu at the moment in the market? Market එකේ දැන් Kolikuttu කිලෝ එකක් කීයද?
300, 400, you know.
Yeah. Now in 2018 it has been around 180. Now it has been increased to about 300, 400. Yeah. So even though we insist people and we ask people to consume more fruits, but because of this economic crisis and all, we won't be able to consume fruits. මේ අන හැටියට මිනිස්සුන්ට කන්න කිව්වට කන්න අපිට අමාරුයි afford කරන්න. ඊට වැඩිය අපිට පුළුවන් හාල් ගන්න. ඒ වගේ මිනිස්සු දැන් fruit crops වලින් ඈත් වෙලා තියෙනවා. But it is a must to have fruits in your diet. So try to incorporate fruits into your diet. Okay. It is instructed by the Department of Agriculture to consume about at least 200 grams of fruits per day. දවසට ග්‍රෑම් 200ක්වත් පළතුරු අපේ ඩයට් එක එක්ක අපි ගන්න ඕනේ. Right? Do you consume 200 grams of fruits per day?
No, ma'am.
No. Yeah, it's a bad condition in our country. Maybe the fruits are not affordable for us. අපිට එච්චර ගාණක් දීලා ගන්න බැරි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Maybe the fruits are not available. අපිට සල්ලි තිබුණත් අපිට ගන්න fruits නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Nowadays, if you take the price of apples, what is the price of a single apple in the market? It's around, yeah, it's around 250. So people are not affordable. අපිට එච්චර ගාණක් වියදම් කරන්න අමාරුයි. However, as we discussed, there are many underutilized fruit crops in our country. Godak underutilized fruit crops. They are available in the wild. Maybe you have seen and you see the fruits also, but we don't consume them. So those can be an alternative for this situation. ඒවා අපි පාවිච්චි කරන එක අපිට මේ වෙලාවේදී කරන්න පුළුවන් alternative එක. Right? Now let's discuss some things about the import of fruits. We are exporting fruits and also importing fruits from other countries. What are the fruits that we import from other countries? අනිත් රටවල් වලින් අපේ රටට මොනවද ගේන්නේ?
Apple, grapes, pomegranate.
What else? Sorry?
pears also, ma'am.
Yeah, pears,
Orange.
oranges,
Grape,
grapes, kiwi, like different fruits we import to our country. Here there are some statistics about those fruit crops. Dates, dates. We import fresh and dried form. Generally, dried dates are imported to our country. And oranges, mandarins, grapes also as dry and fresh form. Apples, pears, cashew, strawberry, and other fruit seeds also. Right? So when you get the presentation, just compare these values. These are from 2018 and 2019. Just check the values. Right? And now tell me, what are the fruit crops that we export to other countries?
banana,
Mhm.
Papaya.
Okay.
Mango. Mango.
Pineapple, rambutan,
Okay. Here you can see what we export. Like cashew, banana, pineapple, papaya, lemon, mango, avocado, strawberries, mangosteen, watermelon, guava. When we are exporting as well, export uh, we export them in the dry form and also in the fresh form. Generally, we know that we export in the fresh form, but sometimes we dry them, dehydrate them. We remove the water, dry them, and export them. Okay, so you can see the comparison. The highest amount of export is from fresh banana, right? Papaya is also exported. Right. Now there is a chart. This is the export performance of both vegetables and fruits. මෙතන දෙකම තියෙනවා from 2011 to 2021. Right? After COVID, this has been completely changed. Right? Even in 2021, you can see when compared to 2011, there has been an increase even in fruit crops. Although there are fluctuations, generally we can see an increase. But after 2020, this has reduced drastically. ඉතුරු අවුරුද්දක් ගත්තොත් තවත් අඩු වෙලා තියෙන්නේ මේ export of fruits. I'm talking only about this blue line, the fruits, right? So මෙතන fluctuations තියෙනවා, but there is a general increase. But after 2020, this has been reduced drastically. Right? So as agriculture students, you should try to improve this export of fruit crops. Right? You have to educate people. You have to express this knowledge to the other people. Right? Okay. With that, I'm going to give you a small break and start again later. How many minutes you need?
15 minutes?
Okay, I'll give you a 15 minutes break. We will start at 10:45.
Recording stopped.
See what is an orchard. The orchard is a garden or a farm with intentionally planted trees or shrubs. What is meant by intentionally? We establish the plants with the intention of obtaining a yield. So, in most orchards, the main intention is to get a yield, right? And the other intentions are to provide the plants with the best environmental conditions for growth long term, and we can grow the crops for a longer period of time, and to produce high quality fruits to the market and maximize the profit with minimum environmental impact. Those are the main objectives of establishing an orchard, right? So I told you in our country we do not have many fruit orchards. Generally, 90% of the production comes from the home gardens, but there are 10% commercial scale fruit orchards. So as a country, we have to increase the amount or the area of fruit orchards, right? So by establishing orchards, we can get a high profit, high yield, and by establishing orchards, we can minimize the environmental impact. Okay. So those are the objectives of establishing an orchard. So let's see how to establish a fruit orchard. There are many steps associated with this orchard establishment. So now let's see what are those steps and how these steps are practiced. Right. So the first thing is we have to select a suitable land to establish the fruit orchard. Right. Now we have learned about the agroecological zones. We have to select the most suitable agroecological zone. Now before we establish an orchard, we decide what is the crop that we are going to cultivate, right? So sometimes if we have selected banana, you know which areas are suitable for banana cultivation. So we have to decide which agroecological zone we are going to utilize for this purpose, right? And then we have to make sure the selected site is low, it needs low maintenance. ලොකු maintenance එකක් අවශ්‍ය නැති environmental hazardous අඩුම area එකක් select කරගන්න. In that case, we can select an area with good drainage. If the soil is not good in drainage, we have to improve the soil. We have to add something. We have to mix soil with sand or something. We have to change the soil type. So we have to make sure the land is water drainage is at an optimum level. And also we have to check about the legal condition of the land. If the land is having any legal issues, we have to solve them before we purchase. අපි ගත්තට පස්සේ ඊට පස්සේ ඒවට නඩු කියන්නයි ඒ වගේ වැඩ නැති හොඳ clear land එකක් ගන්න. Right? So other things that should be considered are climatic factors. Now we have to think about the temperature, light, relative rainfall, relative humidity, wind and fire. Those things has to be considered, right? Because those factors, climatic factors, should be suitable for the crop that we are intending to cultivate. Okay. Then the other thing is soil factors. What are the soil factors that we should consider? What are the soil factors?
Texture.
Yeah. Uh, I'm sorry, Tisari. I don't hear you.
Soil pH porosity. pH.
Yes. pH. The Tisari, I can't hear you clearly. The line is breaking. So I think you said about pH. Yes. pH, texture, or porosity, nutrition condition of the soil, drainage of the soil, soil type.
Water retention capacity.
Water retention capacity. Now you have learned about different soil types, I guess, by now. So depth of the soil, those factors should be considered in this case of soil, right? Organic matter content, yeah, those things should be considered. And what are the topographic factors that we should consider?
Altitude.
Yes,
Altitude.
yes. What else? You have learned about topography. Slope of the land, whether there are any large rocks inside in the land, and whether there are hills or mountainous areas. Likewise, we have to consider about the topographic features. And socioeconomic and other factors. What are those? We have to consider whether the land is close to the market, what are the infrastructure facilities available, whether whether there is a water source close to our land, and what are the crops that has been cultivated previously. කලින් මොනවද හිටවලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා. Now sometimes some crops, if we take rubber, maybe rubber හදලා තිබුණොත් rubber වල තියෙන disease එකක් අපේ අලුතෙන් අපි දාන crop එකට එන්න පුළුවන්. Right? ඒ වගේ what are the previous crops that has been cultivated? Some crops might have utilized the soil more. Some nutrients might have been utilized more. And sometimes the soil quality has been decreased because of the previous crop. Likewise, we have to think about the previous crop too. Sometimes debris might be there from the previous crop. ඒවත් consider කරන්න. Right? Whether there are other infrastructure facilities, whether electricity is there, whether what else? Road system is there. ඒ වගේ factors consider කරන්න. Then, after considering that, we can select the suitable site. Then we have to plan the orchard. Right? We can design the map. We can think about the solar radiation, water availability, slope, factors ඔක්කොම decide කරලා, identify කරලා, we can develop the map. Right? We have to maximize the natural land pattern. Then slopes තියෙනවා නම් ඒකට හරියන විදිහට අපි අපේ map එක හදාගන්න. Right? We have to do minimum changes to the nature. Otherwise, this is not an environmental friendly. Right? So we have to make sure we utilize the natural land pattern in the area, right? We have to mark where the plants are established, what are the naturally available. Think there is a large rock in the area. We have to mark it and separate it, and then we have to uh, incorporate the roads where we are going to establish the roads. Here in this picture you can see there is a road system, and also we have to think about where we are going to establish the plants. What are the planting areas, and we have to think about the irrigation lines. වතුර කොහෙන්ද අපි ගන්නෙ, ඒවා කොහොමද irrigation system එක set වෙන්නේ, ඒවා බලන්න. And we have to think about the fence and the outer protection that we are going to lay. And if there are high wind, we have to establish windbreaks. So in many areas there are high wind, so winds will damage the fruit trees in our garden. If you take banana leaves will tear. So to avoid that, we can establish windbreak at a certain space, right? So those things should be incorporated into our plan, right? After selecting the after deciding the plan, we have to select the suitable varieties and decide the spacing between plants, right? For that, first we have to do a market analysis. We have to check the market value. Now we can check the statistics. මේ වගේ statistics අරගෙන කොච්චර extent එකක් දැනට තියෙනවද, කොච්චර production එකක් දැන් කරනවද, what is the farm gate price, what is the retail price, මේ හැමදේම consider කරලා we can do a market analysis. By doing that, we can think, or we can get an idea about the future demand for this fruit, right? What are the market channels available for this fruit, right? By considering these things, we can decide the most profitable fruit variety. හොඳටම profit එකක් ගන්න පුළුවන් fruit variety එක decide කරන්න, right? And it is better if we can select high yielding varieties that produce fruits during a short period of time. Some fruits might take about 5 years to produce the first fruit. පළවෙනි ගෙඩිය හැදෙන්නම අවුරුදු 5ක් විතර. So for 5 years we have to wait to get the first yield, right? So if we can get the yield from the first year itself, then we can cover up the expenses. අපි කරපු වියදම හරි cover කර ගන්න පුළුවන්, අපිට ටටක් ගාලා yield එකක් ගන්න පුළුවන්. So it is best to select high yielding varieties which produce fruits in a short period of time, right? Then we have to select the planting materials. What are the planting materials that we are going to use? Sometimes seeds are used as planting materials. So we have discussed this, I think. Seeds are used as planting materials. So what is the problem with seeds? Now think we are going to establish a mango cultivation, a new mango cultivation. What is the planting material you will be using? මොනවද use කරන planting material? Yes? Mango planting materials.
Budding plants.
Okay. What are the other available planting materials of mango?
Seeds.
Yes, seeds are available. Budded plants are available. What else? these
Grafting.
budded grafted plants are available. Out of these types, what is the best type for a commercial cultivation?
Budded plant.
Why do you say so? Why did you say budded plant?
High yield.
අනිත් ඒවායින් high yield දෙන්නේ නැත්?
Endurance.
It's like this. Now, if we take, there are different planting materials. Yes, that's the correct answer that I was expecting. So, the problem with seeds is generally seed propagated plants take a long time to produce fruits. High yield, short period of time was the answer I was expecting, because seedling plants take a long time to produce fruits, generally about 5 to 8 years. But budded or grafted plants can produce fruits in about 2-3 years, right? And also comparatively, the yield is higher. And as you know, in the case of seeds, they are cross-pollinated. They're pollinated plants, but most of the time they are cross-pollinated. The seeds, the characters of the seedling plants are not sure. We are not sure about the characters, right? So if we can select a good budded or grafted plant, we are sure about their characters. What is the flesh color? What is the size of the fruit? Generally, in grafted or budded plants, the plants are selected based on their quality, right? So high quality plants are resulted from these budded or grafted plants. So it's better to go for budded or grafted plants. Then we have to decide the space in between the plants, right? So let's check some planting materials. So as you said, seeds and seedlings. So papaya, passion fruit, pomegranates, guava, orange, lime, mangosteen. For most of these fruit crops, seeds or seedling plants are the ones that are used in commercial cultivation. Because sometimes some of these fruit crops do not have budded or grafted plants, which other vegetative methods of propagation. Only option we have is to use seeds. So in that case, we have to use these the seeds, or else if the vegetative methods are available, we can go for those methods, right? Grafted plants, we have mango, avocado, rambutan, durian. There are many. I have listed few. And cuttings, rooted cuttings and layers are available for grapes, lemon, guava, pomegranates, rose apple. And tissue cultured plants are also available for banana, pineapple, strawberries. And suckers, slips, crowns are used for commercial cultivation in the case of pineapple and banana. And runners are used in strawberry, right? You might find many examples for these methods. Right. Now let's think about the plant spacing. What is meant by spacing? Now imagine this is a plant and this is the other plant. Now this is the planting plant. Just imagine, right? So we have to decide the distance between the plants. We have to decide the distance between the plants. So that is called the spacing. So here you can see the rows, planting rows. මේ තියෙන එක planting row එකක්. So we have to decide the distance between two planting rows and also in a row in between the plants. Row එකක් ඇතුලේ පැල දෙකක් අතර distance. We have to decide both. Rows අතර කොච්චරක්ද පැල අතර කොච්චරක්ද. Okay. So by deciding this spacing, we can decide the plant density. That means per hectare, what is the number of plants available? Hectare එකට පැල කීයක් එනවද? That is called the plant density. Number of plants per hectare. Okay. So when deciding the plant spacing, we have to decide we should provide space for plant to grow. Right? The canopy and root system of the plant, there should be enough space. Now, you know, if we take a mango tree, it has a large canopy and the root system is also well spread. So we have to leave enough space in between two plants, two rows and two plants to allow the growth of both plant canopies. So to decide this space, we have to have some knowledge about the plant also, right? And also, other than the space that we should provide for the plant growth, we have to consider another factor. That is, we have to think about the other cultural practices that we are going to do during the maintenance, right? We have to do fertilizer application, we have to do pest and disease management, for harvesting, and sometimes vehicles move in between these rows. You might have seen in foreign countries, in fruit orchards, almost all the practices are done automatically using machines. Harvesting and fertilizer application, such things are done using machines. So those machines need space to move between the plant rows. Okay. For that also we have to allow some light, and we have to make sure that the the spacing we provide is enough to penetrate the light and air circulation in the cultivation. Okay. We have to think about all those factors when deciding the plant space. Right? Okay. And then we have to think about the land preparation. දැන් අපි map එකක් හරියට ඇඳගත්තා. දැන් අපිට තියෙන්නේ land එක prepare කරන්න. Okay. How do we prepare the land? I think you have learned about land preparation. Have you learned about land preparation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we have to do cleaning, harrowing of the land for root development, and then we have to improve the soil conservation practices to avoid soil erosion. We can mark the plant rows, and we can establish a good drainage system. We can establish the irrigation system. We have to construct the roads, pathways, and establish the fences, office, storeroom. Everything should be marked well and constructed during the land preparation stage. And we can have an organic composting area and water reserve area. Like different areas can also be marked and constructed, and other facilities like storage rooms, fertilizer rooms, chemical rooms, equipment areas, like areas can also be established at this level. Okay. Then we have to do the planting. Now the land is well prepared. Now we have to do the planting. So generally planting is done with the onset of rain. වැස්ස පටන් ගන්න සති 3-4කට කලින් තමයි අපි පැල හිටවන්නේ. Right? So first we have to dig the planting hole according to the recommendation. Now different plants, different crops have different recommendations of the planting hole size. Planting hole එක ඔයාලා දන්නවනේ. ඒකේ size එක, length එක, width එක, depth එක ඒවා recommendations තියෙනවා. According to that we can prepare the planting hole. And then we have to remove the polythene cover of the plant and then place the plant in the hole, planting hole, and the plant should be positioned straight. Straight හොඳට පැලේ තියෙන විදිහට අපි පැලේ හිටවලා ඊට පස්සේ we mix the topsoil and compost and fill the hole. Right? And we have to make sure the soil or the media in the plant should be in touch with the soil around it. Then we have to do the watering, and if support is necessary we can use staking. Staking කියන්නේ අපිට පුළුවන් ආධාරකයක් හිටවන්න පැලේට. After planting we can establish a it's not clear. මෙතනින් අපිට පුළුවන් එහෙම ආධාරකයක් හිටවලා plant එක කෙලින් තියාගන්න support එකක් දෙන්න. Until it is well established in the soil, we can provide a support. Right? Then we can apply a mulch. I think you have learned about mulch too. So we can apply a mulch, maybe straw, paddy husk or whatever. Right? So all these practices is dependent on the crop that we are going to establish. මේ හැම practice එකම depend වෙනවා අපි මොකද්ද හිතවන crop එක කියලා. ඒ මත. Right? Then we have to do the orchard fruit orchard management. Now we have established the plants, now we have to manage the plants. So I will just show you a video clip about a fruit orchard in another country, because this might be boring when you are listening to me throughout the day. So I'll just show you an orchard, well-maintained orchard. Can you see? Can you see the screen?
No, ma'am. Can't see.
The Australian mango industry is undergoing a transformation to high-density orchard systems, which are more productive and profitable. Maintaining mango trees as short, slim, continuous hedges at a closer row spacing has proven to greatly increase yields per hectare, reduce input costs per kilogram of fruit, and improve grower profitability. These systems are called slim hedges.
The aim of slim hedges is to increase canopy surface area per hectare. This enables more sites for flowering and fruit production, creating walls of fruit, and lots of them. Grower and research trials have recorded mango yields of over 30 tonnes per hectare for R2E2 and 1243 varieties, over 50 tonnes per hectare for Calypso, and over 70 tonnes per hectare for Keat.
In addition to increased yields, the shorter, slim hedge designs have numerous advantages over wide-spaced mango systems. These include improved harvesting efficiency. Fruit harvested from short, narrow trees are more easily and rapidly picked from the ground. Harvesting fruit from tall, wide trees is the use of long pickers, cherry pickers, which require specialised worker training. Great hectare due to their narrower size and smaller internal volumes. Conventional wide-spaced trees have large internal voids, which require larger pesticide application volume. Wide-spaced trees may often have large gaps between trees along the row, which can and coverage achieved within slim hedges also increases the effectiveness of insect and disease control, particularly for cryptic insects such as mango. Slim hedge design.
We grow.
Okay, I just wanted to show you how fruit orchards are well maintained in other countries and how they use machines in this process. Okay, I will also show you another video. Uh,
Right now, save big on Carl's Jr.'s big, bold double burgers for just $3.49.
Once they have been planted, citrus trees will be producing fruit for up to 30 years, and they need to produce enough fruit of this time, and it is worth doing well. Once the planning has been done around what will be planted, where it will be planted, and how the orchard will be laid out and orientated, we need to start preparing the orchard and get the trees into the ground. First of all, let's look at the tools and equipment that we will need during planting. We will need measuring tools to peg out the orchard so that the trees will be planted in the right places. For this, we will need a theodolite or dumpy level, a measuring tape, a plant line or cable, and stakes. Theodolites and dumpy levels are used to mark out straight lines and to measure right angles. We will use it to make sure that the rows are straight and run parallel to each other. The measuring tape is used for cables of lime to mark the rows. You can make notches in the plant line or cable to show where each tree will be planted in the row, and then put stakes in where the trees will be planted. We will then need planting tools for when we plant the trees. This includes a planting board, spades, forks, and a water cart. Addition before you start planting. Straight after planting, you might also need pruning shears, biodegradable twine, and stem covers. Pruning shears are used to cut away damaged or unwanted shoots straight after planting. Twine is used to fasten the tree to a stake so that it is stable. Stem covers of paper or straw are put around the lower part of the stem to prevent suckers from developing and to protect the tree from herbicides. It also helps to protect the trees from sunburn in hot areas. This is normally done with moisture there is in the soil. To prepare the soil, we need to apply physical and chemical preparation methods to do if the soil has a good physical structure. The trees can now grow quickly and well and start bearing fruit sooner. Something about we dig profile pits and take soil samples.
Okay, I'll link the videos into your LMS so you can check them later. So we will continue with the presentation. Okay, so we have discussed how to plant them, and now we are going to discuss about the management of orchards. Now we have to manage the flow, light, water, nutrients, pests and diseases and harvesting in fruit orchards, right? So we can also practice pruning and training of the plants too, right? So what is orchard flow management is managing the space that is available in between the trees. Now we have maintained the space. We have maintained the different space between rows and in between two trees. So that space that is left should be well managed. If there are weeds grown And if there are pests and diseases, those things will be damaging our plants. So to avoid that, minimize that, we have to manage the flow very well. Right? So if we can manage the flow well, we can get early bearing. What is meant by early bearing? The trees will produce fruits quickly. And soil conservation is we can conserve the soil, prevent erosion, and nutrient availability for the plants are high because if weeds are available, weeds will compete with the plant for nutrient and space. And weed control is available, and we can access, we can reach, we can go near the plants easily if the flow is well managed. Right? The next thing is light management. Some crops require different light conditions. Right? So according to the requirement of the crop, we can control the light. We can increase the light and also we can decrease the light. Some crops require a longer duration of light. Some crops require smaller duration. So we have to think about the crop that we have established and the requirement of the crop. Right? So when maintaining the correct orchard layout and the correct spacing, light of the light requirement of the plant is automatically managed. Right? If there are exceptional requirements like for this crop, can you identify this crop? What is this crop?
Mango and dragon fruit.
Yes, this is dragon fruit. Now, if we talk about dragon fruit, they require long days. That means daytime should be increased. So how can we do it? We can do it using artificial lighting. We can establish artificial light and increase the day length. Okay. So it is one method to manage the light level in a fruit orchard. And the other thing is pruning and trading. How does that affect the light management? If the plants are very well spread and very dense, canopy is well spread, so it will damage or disturb the other plant, other tree. So we have to manage the plants by pruning and training them. In the first video clip regarding mango orchard, I think you saw, generally we see a very large canopy in mango, even in our country. But in that video clip, you saw that the canopy is not spread. It looks like a tower. Tower එකක් වගේ canopy එක හදලා තියෙන්නේ. So according to the requirement, we can prune and train the plants according to our requirement. අපිට ඕන විදිහට අපිට පුළුවන් plant එකේ shape එක architecture එක වෙනස් කරන්න. Okay? Right. This one. What is this? This is fruit covering. Why do we cover the fruits? There are many reasons, but for light management also we can cover the fruit. මේකට තව reasons තියෙනවා fruit pest and diseases වලින් බේර ගන්න, color development එකට ඒ වගේ ඒවාත් තියෙනවා. Right? For also light management we can cover the fruit. Another thing is light reflectors. In some areas, in crops where they require more light, we can establish reflectors. Aluminium, white color background. There are many methods to do that. We can establish light reflectors to control or improve the light condition in the orchard. Right. The next thing is water management. So the water requirement of the plants depends on the crop variety, growth stage, and soil condition. So according to the requirement, we have to provide the required amount of water. Right? There are different methods that we can use to do irrigation. We can use drip irrigation systems, flooding irrigation system, sprinkler irrigation system as seen in this picture. So any method can be used according to the requirement of the crop as well as the availability of crop, availability of water. වතුර අපිට වතුර ගන්න පුළුවන්කමත් එක්කත් ඒක බලපානවා. If there is a good water source near our field, that is okay. අපේ field එක ගාව අපේ orchard එක ගාව ලොකු වැවක් තියෙනවා නම් we can just pump and supply water. But if we have to pay and take water, if you have to pay to the government tap line and obtain water, that will be a limiting factor. So those things should be considered when managing water in a fruit orchard. Right? Next thing is nutrient management. In managing nutrients, we have to apply both organic and inorganic fertilizers. And according to the Department of Agriculture, they have done research and found out a recommendation for fertilizers. මේ crop එකට මෙච්චර fertilizer එකක් මේ කාලෙදි දාන්න. ඒ වගේ recommendation is there. So according to those recommendations, we can apply. එක එක areas වලට අනුව, එක එක crop එකේ growth rate එක අනුව, ඒවට අනුව recommendation එකක් හදලා තියෙනවා. අපිට පුළුවන් ඒක follow කරන්න. Right? Or else we can improve the recommendation. අපිට පුළුවන් ඒක තව ටිකක් improve කරලා අපේ crop එකට හරියන්න තව improvements කරගන්න. Right? So time of application is also very important. We can apply by using broadcasting method or strip placement. And foliar application means applying fertilizer to the leaves of the plant. We can do a foliar application. Applying fertilizer to the leaves, right? By spraying. Generally, micronutrients are applied in that way. While the video clip එකේ දකින්න ඇති, a tractor-like machine is applying it's spraying something to the trees. Right? That is foliar application. I don't know exactly whether it's a pesticide or insecticide or whatever. So foliar application is also done like that. Right. The next thing is pest and disease management. You know, in the case of fruits, one of the most important things that affects the post-harvest loss is pests and diseases. I told you at the beginning that there are about 30 to 35% post-harvest loss in fruits. So, pests and diseases accounts for a higher percentage out of them. Now, can you tell me some pests in fruits? Fruits වලට damage කරන pests ලා කියන්න බලන්න.
Papaya ring spot virus.
I'm asking for pests.
Fruit fly.
Yeah.
Fruit fly.
Yeah.
Mealybug.
Okay. ඒ දෙන්න විතරදී නෙහෙ නල්ලේ සින මැනේජ් කරන්න. ෆෘට් ලයිව් මීලිබග් විතරයි ඉන්නේ. Leaf hoppers, mites, whitefly, aphids. Yes, there are many pests in fruits. So tell me some diseases in fruit crops. Diseases.
Anthracnose.
powdery mildew. Powdery mildew. Sorry? This is a
Brown
better
rot.
created.
Brown rot disease.
Okay. Rots. There are many rotting rot diseases.
Leaf curl disease.
Leaf curl. Okay. All right. Now let's discuss. So can you identify what is this pest? මෙතන ඉන්න pest කවුද? And what is this disease?
Fruit fly.
This is fruit fly. What is this disease? Can anybody identify this disease? Okay, this is anthracnose, right? So these two are two of the major pests and diseases in fruit crops in Sri Lanka. Fruit crops are the damage කරන fruits pests and diseases තමයි මෙතන තියෙන්නේ. In separate course module, you will learn about pests and diseases separately, and I will be also teaching some parts of that. And here I have selected the most commonly found pest and disease in our country. So the pest given here is the fruit fly. So this is the adult. This is the adult fruit fly. So do you know the damage? The damage done by this fruit fly? Who is doing the damage? Now you know there is a life cycle in pests. So what happens here in fruit fly is the female fruit fly will make a hole in the fruit peel and lay eggs inside the fruit peel. මේක ඇතුලේ බිත්තර දානවා පොඩි හිලක් හදලා. Then the eggs are inside the peel and the larvae that comes out of this peel will consume the flesh of the fruit. larvae තමයි ලොකුම damage එක කරන්නේ. එයා තමයි fruit flesh එක කනවා. ඇතුලේ තියෙන අපි කන කොටස එයාලා කනවා. Right? මෙයා කාලා then automatically the fruit will be damaged and it will fall into the ground. ඒක බිමට වැටුණාට පස්සේ ඒකෙන් pupa හැදිලා then again the adult will be released. Okay, that is the life cycle of fruit fly. A female adult will lay eggs here and the larvae coming out will consume the fruits, the flesh, and the fruit will fall onto the ground and the pupa will be there. Then from the pupa, from the fruits on the soil, the pupa will be there and pupa will produce the adult fruit fly again. That is the life cycle. Now you know the life cycle. Now can you tell me how to control this disease? දැන් ඔයාලා දන්නවනේ මොකද්ද කරන damage එක කොහොමද damage එක වෙන්නේ කියලා. දැන් ඒක කල්පනා කරලා කියන්න පුළුවන්ද කොහොමද control කරන්නේ කියලා.
Cover the fruits.
Yes. Cover the fruits. By covering fruits, how can we control?
Once cover the fruit fly can't harm to the fruit.
Yes. Fruit එක cover කරාට පස්සේ the adult fruit fly cannot lay the eggs. So the fruits are protected. We can do covering. That is one method to control fruit fly. What are the other methods?
Pheromone trap.
Yes, pheromone traps can also be established. How does that control the fruit fly?
It catches the fruit fly, then it's like the bottle. We add in hormone to in that. Yeah, one way in, like no way out.
Yes, the pheromone traps. In the pheromone traps, we attract the male fruit flies into that pheromone trap. The pheromone is a chemical that is giving a smell-like thing to attract the male fruit flies, right? So because of that pheromone, all the male insects are attracted to the that bottle or the trap. Since they can't mate, they can't produce eggs. Tell one of the methods. Now I told you that the fruits will fall onto the ground after the larvae consume and pupate on the ground. So if we can remove the debris, මේ වැටෙන පළතුරු කොළ ඒවා අපිට අයින් කරලා, if we can maintain the land free of those debris, then we can control the pupae and we can destroy the larvae also. Okay, so there are many methods. I will limit it to here now, and let's discuss about anthracnose. What do you know about anthracnose? What type of a disease it is?
Metabolism.
No. I'm asking whether it is a fungal disease, bacterial disease, or a viral disease.
Virus. Viral disease.
Fungal disease.
Yes, it is a fungal disease. Anthracnose is a fungal disease caused by different types of fungi. එක එක crop එකට එක එක fungi attack කරනවා. So general symptoms are there will be black color spots appearing on the fruits and also flowers and leaves. It's causing damage to all the parts of the plant, and black color spots are appearing and then they spread. And we can see white to pink color spores, powder-like spores growing on these black color spots. Right? The flowers වලට ආවොත් ගෙඩි හැදෙන්නේ නැහැ. ගෙඩි වලට ආවොත් ගෙඩිය කුණු වෙනවා. Right? So there are other diseases also, bacterial, fungal, viral diseases, and those diseases will be discussed in your upcoming lecture. So I will limit this pest and disease management here, and we will move forward in the fruit crop production. Right. So there are different other management practices that we can practice in our fruit orchards. One such thing is fruit thinning. මේ ඔයාලට පේන ඇති මෙතන මේ ගෙඩි තාම හැදිලා නැහැ. ඒ වුණාට කපලා අයින් කරනවා. Why do we do that? Some portion of the fruit are removed from the tree before they reach maturity. Mature වෙන්න කලින් immature stage එකේදීම if there are extra fruits in the same branch, එක branch එකේ ගොඩාක් ගෙඩි හැදිලා හැදුනොත් අපි ඒකෙන් වැඩිපුර තියෙන ටික we remove it. Is it advantageous? අපිට පුළුවන් ඔක්කොම හදලා ඔක්කොම ගෙඩි වලින් yield එක ගොඩක් ගන්න. Can't we do that? ගොඩක් ගෙඩි හදුනොත් ලොකු yield එකක්. Isn't it?
No.
Not like that. If we allow all the fruits to develop in the same branch or a tree, so the fruits are not reaching the best condition, best quality that we expect, right? So by fruit thinning, we can remove the excess fruits in the tree. So we can improve the size and quality of the fruits. We can improve the vigor and productivity of the tree for a long time. We can minimize the cost of picking and handling, and we can increase the keeping quality of fruits. We can store the fruits for a longer time. Okay, godak advantages තියෙනවා මේ method එක. Right? I just doubt whether you do it at home. Have you ever done this at home? Now you might have seen that papaya trees with large number of fruits. None of the fruits will come to the best size and the quality. So if we can thin out those fruits, we can get the optimum number of fruits with best quality. Right? Okay, the next practice is harvesting. So fruits should be picked only at the proper maturity stage. අපිට පුළුවන් ඕන වෙලාවක කඩන්න. ඒ වුණාට හොඳම stage එකේදී තමයි අපි harvesting කරන්නේ. Right? So some fruits are there, you might have heard. Some fruits are called as climatic fruits and non-climatic fruits. Some fruits have the ability to ripe even after harvesting. අපි කැඩුවට පස්සේ ඒවා ඉදෙනවා. සමහර fruit crops, although we even after harvesting, they will not ripe. අපි කඩන්න ඕනි ඒවා හරි mature stage එකට ආවට පස්සේ විතරයි. කලින් කැඩුවත් ඒවා ආයේ ඉදෙන්නේ නැහැ. So considering that, we have to decide at which stage we are going to harvest those fruits. Okay, so we have to harvest the fruit at the proper maturity stage. Okay. So now we have done up to harvesting. Do you have any questions? Okay, I will show you a video clip now. This is regarding an apple processing machine, and after harvesting we have to do the processing. So this is regarding that. Let's have a look at that. Okay, that is the processing channel of apples. So after harvesting, when harvesting, we have to minimize the damages to the fruits, and sometimes manual harvesting is done, sometimes harvesting is done using machines. So in our country, generally harvesting is done manually by hand picking. I think then post-harvest handling. Here you can see in these two pictures, these two pictures compare the practices that we practice and the practices that are followed by developed countries. Now you can see there are the heaps of mangoes are loaded into different places, but here you can see they have used plastic crates and well stored in cold room conditions. මේවා ස්ටෝ කරලා තියෙන cold room conditions යටතේ අවශ්‍ය cool conditions දීලා හොඳට පැක් කරලා
அங்க போய் எப்படி கதைக்கணும் அவன் உன்னை பையன் காட்டினா அவன் ஒண்ணு பயப்படுவான் அது கொடுக்கதான் வேணும் தன்னம்பிள்ளைய விடுவானா யாரும் வளர்த்து விட்டு போய் நெருப்பு கொடுக்க தண்ணி இல்லாம கிடக்கு.
Please keep your mic muted throughout the lecture. If you have any question, you can unmute and ask. If you want to answer, you can unmute and answer. But please avoid such kind of things causing disturbs the others. Right. What I was explaining is the comparison between the proper storage and improper storage. Here you can see the fruits are overloaded on each other. Now think about the fruits at the bottom. So if there are any disease in one fruit, it will spread to others. So because of these improper storage practices, the post-harvest loss of fruits are high. Okay. So we have to go for such kind of storage practices under cold room conditions with plastic, or we can also use wooden crates to minimize the damages to the fruits. Okay. Next thing is transport. Transport also I have included two pictures which compare the proper and improper ways. So here you can see how fruits and also vegetables, not only fruits, how they are transported in our country and also in other developing countries. But this is how they are transported in foreign countries using plastic or wooden crates, well spread, and the number of fruits per crate is well maintained to minimize the damage to the fruit. But here you can see the fruits are overloaded. Other than the fruit load, you can see even people are sitting or sleeping on these fruits. එතකොට ඉතින් 30ක් 40ක් විනාශ වෙන එක ඉතින් අහන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. මේක ඊට පස්සේ බාද්දි එහෙම කොච්චර damage එකක් වෙනවද? If you go to a market, you will see lot of fruits and vegetables that are thrown away by the sellers or the people. ඔයාලා මාකට් එකට ගියොත් දකින්න කොච්චර fruit ප්‍රමාණයක් විකුණන්න නැතුව විකුණන්න බැරුව විසි කරලා තියෙනවා නේ. So if we can practice proper practices, we can minimize these losses. Okay. So processing, I showed you a clip. So I will share it again. So in the processing, first we have to harvest the fruits well, and then we have to wash the fruit. The processing practices differ from fruit to fruit. Fruit එකෙන් fruit එකට processing method එක වෙනස් වෙනවා. මේ apples ගැන මෙතනදී ඉස්සලම fruits harvest කරාට පස්සේ fruits wash වෙනවා වතුරෙන්. හොඳට wash වෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒක දිගට ගලාගෙන ගිහිල්ලා මෙතනදී වෙන්නේ fruits monitor වෙනවා. fruits වල quality එක monitor වෙනවා. If there are any defects they will be removed. ඊට පස්සේ මේ එක එක stages වලදී මේ sizes අනුව grading වෙනවා. එක එක size එකත් එක්ක දැන් ඔයාලා දන්නවා ඇතිනේ ලොකු fruits එනවා පොඩි fruits එනවා. The price of the fruits differs according to the size. So grading is done here. Then manual inspection is done. You saw that some tests have been carried out here. Making tests. Visual inspection by using machine. එළියේ outer cover එකේ මොන හරි damage එකක් තියෙනවද? මේ තියෙන්නේ grading. Mechanically these things are done in other countries, but in our case we do all these practices manually. හොදන එකේ ඉඳන් හැමදේම අපි අතින් කරන්නේ. අනිත් රටවල් වල මුළු chain එකම automated. Right? Okay, that is how processing is done. With that, we have come to the end of today's lecture regarding the fruit crop production.
Recording
Do
stopped.
you have any questions? Do you have any questions? Okay, if there are no questions, I will wind up the lecture now. And next session after the lunch break will be taken by Ms. Amanda. How many minutes you will need for lunch break? Forty-five minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you, Shihari. So then the next session, so I think you all have participated for the first session for today. So under the agronomy of crop production systems, so this is the given course, and under that another module has to be conducted regarding fruits, vegetables, and floriculture. So I hope you all have listened to the section on fruits. And so then we will now move forward with another section. So then it's regarding vegetable production. So vegetables, maybe you all have had lunch now. So it's better talk now before rather than before, right? So as you all have, I think you all have had your lunch, and after that, it's better to talk about vegetables. So then I will share my presentation, and please let others know if somebody is not joined with us that the session has started.
Recording in progress.
So this session is on vegetable production, and there are two sessions on this. First will be the general idea and overview for the vegetable production, mainly with regards to the Sri Lankan context. And the second session of this same topic will be on the production technologies, right? So then vegetable production. So regarding the general overview, what do you know about vegetable production? Whatever you know, maybe some of you are practicing sometimes, maybe in your home, and some may have commercial cultivations on vegetables. So as kind of a main food item, right, food product, and there are not just the fresh consumption, there are many other value additions as well. So it's a comparably, I think you all know that this is a major crop production system. So other than that, what are the things you know, and what's your idea about vegetables? I think you all have consumed it, and maybe you have preferences over them because it's a kind of a group of crops. It's not just one, and there are many crops that are grown as vegetables, and it's a kind of a very huge family. So when you look at the each and every constituent or whatever the individual type of crop that is considered as a vegetable, so usually the humans, so as humans we will use it with more consumption practices, maybe in raw form, and sometimes it is processed. And likewise, there are different types of processing techniques at the same time before the consumption. So in these regards, usually it's very common to have preferences over the vegetables. Some are likely to have in their diets, but some are not. Likewise, vegetable preferences are also there, but however, when it comes to food consumption, so this is a major section, major sector in food consumption and food crop production, and each and every vegetable has its own type of significance. So that is the important thing that we need to take into our minds, that each and every vegetable is important, and it is in own way. It is important in its own way. Not all the vegetables are same. So I think you all can understand that. Maybe morphologically they are different, and at the same time, mainly in the quality wise, in the nutritional aspects, they are different again. So with reference to the healthy food consumption, we will have to go for different types of vegetables in our diet, if not mainly. So it is a very common incident nowadays, not only in our country, in many developing countries, and at the same time some developed countries as well, to have nutritional gaps in the human dietary intake. So this is especially regards to the human food consumption, not the animal or the livestock food consumption, that is different. So this is regards to human health, right? Human health. And when it comes to vegetable production, so it is mainly related to plant-based material for the dietary intake. So we have, we call them RDA, recommended daily allowances for each and every nutrient. So we need more nutrients for our conduct, for our living nature, right? To maintain the living nature of our bodies, we need different types of nutrients. And at the same time, there may be macro elements, macronutrients, and at the same time, micronutrients. So mainly the macronutrients will be contained. Most of the time, it is up to the standards. Most of the time, it is not much problematic. But when it comes to micronutrient levels, so that is a kind of a very devastating problem nowadays. Because even though we do not know about ourselves, our bodies, so they are lacking many consumption of micronutrients or trace elements. So that is a kind of a problem. So there are number of metabolic activities are running inside our bodies, and they need different types of nutrient elements for that specific functions. So these vegetable categories are much rich in those microelements, micronutrients, trace elements. So that is why it is important to have the plant-based nutrients or the nutrition in our diet. So this vegetable category, the whole vegetable crops will have a great influence, right? At the same time, fruits. So these vegetables have a kind of a different type of advantages for our dietary intake. So that is why we need to identify the vegetable intake is important, and at the same time, beforehand, the consumption, we need to produce them. So vegetable production is something very ancient at the same time, and it is much more practical at the same time. So nowadays, in our country, if we take the current status of our country, maybe you all know that there is a kind of a crisis in vegetable production, and the prices is comparably very high. And because of that, vegetable consumption has been problematic, but however, it is mandatory for the diet, right? Wholesome diet. So it should be a balanced diet. When we talk about a balanced diet, vegetables is a kind of a main category. So we'll see how it is important in our diet. Beforehand, we will have a kind of a definition for what these vegetables are. So this is how vegetables are considered as edible part or whole plant intended for cooking or consuming in raw form. Right? So this is the definition given for a vegetable. So maybe if you can see this picture, maybe there are a number of vegetables that we know. And when it comes to other countries, country-wise specificities, they are in the group of vegetables. So maybe the whole bunch of vegetables that we use in our country is different from the other countries. So that is something very common, and it has a direct influence with the crop production systems because the environmental conditions are different. Because of that, maybe some crops are much easy to cultivate in both countries, in any country, but some are difficult because of the prevailing environmental conditions. So as we are a tropical country, the tropical climate is much prevalent throughout the country, and because of that, we can go for the tropical climate friendly crop production easily, and at the same time, the other crops that requires much temperate countries, the climate in temperate countries, if not cool conditions, so they are grown in the cooler hilly areas of our country, the mid portion, and sometimes in protected environments artificially. So because of that, because of this nature of production, the produce may be different, but I think you all know that if other countries are in a need of having our vegetables, they will import them from us. So likewise, we can import, export procedure is going on. And because of that, as a global village, we used to share, we used to exchange our products throughout the globe. So whatever the type of vegetable you know, maybe we will produce new vegetables by breeding techniques. So there are different types of production techniques for new vegetable release. So if that also, if you know any vegetable, or if you don't know a kind of a plant that may be useful as a vegetable, maybe this definition will be important for you to know that. So edible part, it should be an edible portion of a plant. If it is not edible, we will not consider them as vegetables. So it should be edible, maybe a part of the plant, or else the whole plant can be taken as edible crop. So however, it should be intended for cooking or consuming in raw form. Some vegetables are intended to have as in raw form, maybe you know about this mallow or kind of fresh produce, maybe salads, right? So these are some sort of a raw form consumption. So some are used to have them as raw form, and some are intended for cooking or any other processing technique, right? So that is the difference. If you want to have a kind of a differentiation of a vegetable from other type of crop category, so this may be helpful for you to identify whether you are calling a kind of a part of a plant or a whole plant as a vegetable or not. So when it comes to the science, the production, processing and marketing of vegetables, right? So vegetables are there, and when it comes to their studies, we used to study them. So the production, then the processing and marketing, right? So these three aspects will be important to study. So one is production. We will give more emphasis today for the production aspects. And then the processing. If it is not used in raw form, it will be directly directed towards the processing techniques. And however, even in raw form or the processed form, it will be directed towards the marketing, the market channel. So the marketing is also important, agribusiness. So this is we will have this production in different formats. One is for the home consumption and some are intended for the commercial cultivations. So however, we will market it, if not, especially if it is not intended for the home consumption, we will directly link the produce with the marketing aspects. So all these events of this production will be studied under the specific study of olericulture. So we will call them olericulture. So that is the technical term given for the science related to vegetables, right? Vegetable, studying whatever the science regarding vegetables is known as olericulture. If you have any doubts, please ask. And if not, we will move to the other section. So here I will giving you some examples. Maybe it is very easy for you and you know about much vegetables. And here are some, maybe if you don't know the English term for specific vegetables, it will be easy for you to know that. So there are many vegetables that are marketed in our country. If you take for your study purposes, if you take Sri Lankan context, many of these vegetables are available in the market. So it's a composition. The composition of these vegetables are varied. It is not just the something related to leaves, right? Some are fruits, and some maybe the whole bunch of the plant. Likewise, it will be different. Some are root or tuber crops, right? The root section, the underground section will be known as a vegetable sometimes. And sometimes it is a fruit that is bared by the plant. So, however, in botanical sense, we will call them as a fruit, but it is not a fruit in our sense that we used to say as a fruit. So, likewise, it is different. Sometimes seeds, right? Seeds are coming under as a vegetable, right? So there are different types of plant parts are there, right? Almost all the plant parts will be taken under this vegetable category, right? So I think you have had enough time to look at it. And there are many. I just wanted to give you the idea that it is not just the leaves or some kind of a fruit. There may be different sorts of plant parts considered as a vegetable, and at the same time, the whole plant sometimes taken as a vegetable. So when I start the session, I gave a kind of an introduction to why we are consuming food. So it is directly because of getting the nutrients out of the plant-based. So here it is plant-based nutrients. So we will take the vegetables or fruits or whatever the plant-based food item to get the nutrients to our functioning. So I think you all have known the healthy food pyramid. So it is something very common. Maybe you have studied this when you were schooling, and it is very common, and it is really important for today as well, because the food consumption pattern is nowadays is very diverse among the people. So to get a kind of a recalling of what you need to take as a food, maybe food related diseases or whatever the complications in our bodies as humans will have a great impact by the food we take. So when it comes to the plant-based nutrients, that is also something that we need to have more focus, because when it comes to consumption, already the medical practitioners, the health related practitioners, they have given us what kind of a food you need to take, right? So when you look at it, the most downward, the most down portion of this pyramid is taken by vegetables. So that is something important. It means you need to have more amount of plant-based vegetables in your diet in a very higher scale, because it is having more importance in your health, right? Then the fruits, right? And then seeds, nuts, likewise the whatever the maybe fruits or something related to plant-based, but it is having more lipids in there. So the lipid intake should be limited. And eggs, fish, so the animal-based foods comes after that. And maybe the sweets, processed foods should be taken very in very minute quantities. But however, if you take the today's scenario, the current scenario, maybe the food pyramid has gone upside down, right? So it is now not like this, right? So because of many various reasons, we have forgotten how we should eat at the same time. And when it comes to the plant-based materials, the first from the down to the up, so the most down portions will be taken from the plant-based materials. So at the same time, the reason why we can go for much amount of these amounts is that they contain many nutritious compounds, right? So they will directly have an influence to the healthiness of our bodies. And the reason why we can go for in large quantities is that in plant-based materials, they are contained in very small quantities, right? So that is a major reason that we can go for higher number of or higher amount of consumption of vegetables and fruits, because they have nutritious elements or nutrients, but in very small quantities. But when it comes to the recommended daily allowance or the intake, dietary intake of these micronutrients and these nutritious items or components, we need in more values. Because of that, we need to consume them in more. The other reason is that maybe you know about obesity and related calorie intake related diseases are very prevalent now. So it is directly linked with something, the food that you eat. So when it comes to these fruits and vegetables, right, mainly vegetables are much rich in fiber and related other types of nutrients. So they are directly linked with or directly influencing the digestion system. So to have this in large quantities, it will be very friendly to our digestion system. So even though we have the capacity to eat both types, animal-based products and the plant-based products, right? So we are called as omnivores, right? We have the capacity to eat plant-based and at the same time the animal-based products, and they have different types of advantages, right? Vegetables and animal-based or plant-based and animal-based food products. So we need both, right? So when you take the animal-based products, they contain more nutrients in larger quantities. But when it comes to the plant-based materials, they are very less in quantities. That is why we need to consume them in more. And when it comes to calorie intake is much important nowadays. So the other most advantageous factor or the characteristics in vegetables is that they are quite and very much highly low in calorie production. So if you need to eat more, so you can go for more vegetables. There's no any problem, right? So it will not directly impact the calorie intake of your body because it does not contain much calories like animal-based foods and other carbohydrate-rich foods. So then you can go for much in vegetable consumption. So these are the advantages of having vegetables in our diet. So other than that, if you take a look at the nutrients that we will expect from vegetables. So here some kind of a small note, most healthy and nutritious vegetables, carrots, and the cabbage or the cruciferous family crops, spinach, beetroot, onion, tomatoes, and dandelion. So it is much rare in our country, but all these are having different sorts of nutrients. If you look at this picture, so many yellow, orange color vegetables, they are containing vitamin A. So that is important for your vision and immune system, the proper functioning of your body, growth and development. So beta carotene, fiber. So almost all these vegetables are rich in fiber. Even though we do not have the capacity to digest fiber like other ruminant animals, this is important for the digestion. To make it easy, to make your digestion easy, we need fiber. So these all are rich in fiber content, and at the same time, many different types of healthy components in nutrients. So folic acid, beta carotene, chlorophylls, vitamin K, folic acid. So they are containing in different quantities in different vegetables, right? So these all are important for our health. So because of that, we need to have them in more at the same time in different formats. You should not go for only the carrots, right? We will have to go for different sorts of vegetables in our diet, and it should be changed, right? Not going for the same vegetable again and again, but you will have a kind of a balance in your consumption. So that is the importance of having vegetables as our diet, because our main objective is to have nutrients out of this, whatever we are taking inside. So I think I have given you the emphasis why we need to identify this as a specific important sector in food consumption and their advantages. So we'll come to the present status in Sri Lanka. So annual production, right? Annual production is very high, 710,000 metric tons. So all together, so these values are given as a whole lot of vegetables, and contribution to the gross domestic production, the GDP. So GDP is something calculated for every country. So our production, our vegetable production will contribute to 10,773 million rupees for the GDP. And export earnings, so it is not just the production locally, we have the exportation potential as well. Different organizations are there, they will have the facilities and capacities to collect or grow their own production, or sometimes they buy from the local farmers or the growers and they used to export them to other countries. So as export earnings, 550 millions of rupees is probably taking as export earnings. So there will be slight differences in these values, but with the conditions, the prevailing conditions may be directly impacting to the values. But however, there is another and more avenues and some sort of availability to increase these contributions to the GDP and export earnings by the increasing of the annual production. So as growers, whatever the people who are interested in vegetable production commercially, especially should focus on the increasing the production, and then at the same time, nowadays the trend is not for the quantity wise production, it is also for the quality wise production at the same time. So then we will talk about classification of vegetables. So for our easiness, so vegetables are varied. Now I think you all know about the vegetable category. So it is not just some specific type of a plant part. There are many types of plant parts taken as vegetables. So for our easiness, we will all together classify into several categories. So there are few classifications. One is based on area of production. So in Sri Lankan context, we will have this general classification even up to now from very ancient days. One is upcountry vegetables. අපි සිංහලෙන් කියන උඩරට එළවලු කියලා. So these are very small amount of examples have been given, and there are many other more. Carrots, leeks, beetroot, no-call, radish, lettuce, cabbage. So these are very common and very popular upcountry vegetables. Then low country vegetables, usually the lowlands, other than the upland area of the country, lowland areas have been given much emphasis to the cultivation of these ones: brinjal, chili, tomato, pumpkin, beans, loofah. So likewise, there are number of, right, more than here can be taken as low country vegetables. And when it comes to the cultivation systems will be different. We will study that later. So many lowland parts of the country will be again categorized into these agroecological regions as well. I think you all have heard about agroecological regions. Prevailing conditions, especially the soil and the rain, receiving of the rains. So these two factors will be directly influencing this. And because of that categorization, again, different parts of the lowland area of the country is dedicated for different sorts of productions. However, this is a very general one. This is not scientific. So maybe you can argue that whether these ones can be cultivated in upcountry area or the upland as well. Of course, yes. We used to have them. We used to have their production in a home scale levels. But somehow, when it comes to the large scale production, right, when it comes to commercial large scale productions, so this upcountry and the low country vegetables, which are grown in open field cultivations, which will have a kind of a direct impact from the environment. So because of the environmental conditions, these have been categorized generally. Then another specific one, and this is also something general, this is not much scientific, based on method of culture, right? Method of culture means what sort of a plant part will be taken as the vegetable. So mainly you know about many fruits. So botanically the fruit of the plant will be known as the vegetable. So tomato is a great example. In some countries, tomato is considered as a fruit at the same time because it is consumed in raw form. So it can be consumed in raw form. So in whatever the fruit that can be consumed in raw form, usually known as a fruit. So because of that, some used to name it as a fruit. But in our country, it is something, mainly we will call it as a vegetable. And the breadfruit, brinjal, ash plantains, loofah, snake gourd, likewise, these are whatever the fruit part of the plant will be taken as the vegetable. Because of that, the fruit-based culture will be there. And the leaves. So this is another major branch of vegetables, leafy vegetables. At the same time, we will call them leafy greens, right? In different countries, they will call them differently. So in Sinhala we call them pala, right? Pala කියලා අපි හඳුන්වන කොටස ඉන්නේ the leaves කියන කොටසට. So not all the leafy vegetables will be known as this term pala, but however, a large amount of locally produced leaf-based cultures are there that are known as this pala, right? Other than that, lettuce, cabbage, so these are something introduced to our country. Kohila, leeks, so these are different. Okay? So other than these, almost all other leafy greens, whatever the plant part that is taken as vegetable from the leaf section will be taken as leafy vegetables. Then root and tubers, right? Root and tubers means something formed underground of the plant. So it is not produced in the aerial environment, in the shoot area. This is coming from the root, right? Root system is maybe showing you adaptations to produce these root and tubers. So there are a kind of differences in roots and tubers, right? Root is a kind of a root tuber. We call it, the specific name given for the root is root tuber. Root tuber means, so we know why the root system is there for a plant. But other than that, the specific root system is modified into a tuberous structure. So that is why we call them root tubers. And the tuber part, root and tubers, the second part, tuber, right? Tuber is the term given for the stem tubers, right? Root tubers and the stem tubers. Stem tuber means some plants are there, their true stem is underground, right? For an example, if you take, we'll say the potato, right? Potato, if you know, the potato is the true stem of the plant. Whatever you see from the aerial environment is a pseudo stem. So that is for the production of assimilates from the photosynthesis, because it is having the green color portion. But if you take a look at the underside or this underground portion, you will get tubers, which are potatoes. These potatoes are the true stem of the plant. So those are called stem tubers because it is the true stem. So some are root modifications and some are shoot or the stem modifications. So potato is a stem modification. So it is something modified. So that is not something we see typically as a stem part of a plant, but it is the true stem. So the stem part of the plant, the typical plant, will be differentiated to a kind of a tuber. So that is the difference. අපි මම සිංහලෙන් කිව්වොත් දර්ශීය ශාකයක් ගත්තොත් අපි කඳ කොටස කියලා එකක් අපි දකිනවා ගහක. නමුත් දැන් අපි අර්ථාපල් වගේ ශාකයක් ගත්තම ඒකේ අපේ අපි දකින කොටස, ඒ කියන්නේ වායව කොටස තමයි ප්‍රභා සංශ්ලේෂණය කරන්න හැදිලා තියෙන කොටස. අපි කියනවා ඒක මේ සත්‍ය කඳක් නෙවෙයි. හරි ව්‍යාජ කඳක්. ව්‍යාජ කඳක් කියලා කියන කොටස අපි ගන්නෙ නැහැ කඳක් විදිහට. ඒක තියෙන්නේ ප්‍රභා සංශ්ලේෂණය සඳහා විතරයි. එතකොට මේකේ සත්‍ය කඳ කියන එක අපි කියනවා true stem එක කියලා. true stem එක තියෙන්නේ underground. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි අර්ථාපල් ගෙඩියක් නැත්නම් අල ගෙඩිය කියන කොටස තමයි මේ ගහේ ඇත්ත කඳ. නමුත් දර්ශීය ශාක කඳකින් මේ අර්ථාපල් වල තියෙන කඳ වෙනස් වෙන්නේ. එයාගේ වෙනස් විකරණයක් එයා දක්වනවා. මේක ටියුබ් එකක් වගේ. නැත්නම් root අපි නිකන් මහත් වෙච්ච අලයක් විදිහට මෙයා විකරණය වෙලා ඉන්නවා. මේ විකරණ වලට කියනවා අපි modifications කියලා. So this potato is a kind of a stem tuber, and this sweet potato, likewise this cassava. So these are root tubers. So the production is from a modification of the root system. So they are exactly roots, and the roots has been modified, right? So altogether we call them as root and tubers. So these are another major section coming in vegetables. Then the seeds, right? Seeds are there. Some seeds are considered as vegetables. So these seeds, whatever the mentioned seeds are, taken as something called grain legumes sometimes, right? Legumes. So these are taken as sometimes this categorized under vegetable section. Then we will study about families of vegetables. So family is a term given under the taxonomy. So this is the specific scientific classification for vegetables. So up to now we have studied about very general classifications. So they are not much scientific. But here we will study all these vegetables. We have number of vegetables and we can study them under different families, right? So this family term is given under taxonomy, right? So this taxonomy is important for all the fauna and flora species. Even ourselves, we have the taxonomical classification, right? We have scientific names, the genus, families, orders, then we'll say kingdoms. Likewise, we have a kind of a classification which comes up to ourselves. So we have different sorts of species all around the globe, and all these are given specific classification. So when it comes to vegetables, it is important to know the families. Maybe we have studied it under your different sections. So family-wise classification is important because the cultivation practices, and sometimes mainly if you have heard about the pest and disease attacks. So these are something very specific to family type, right? So family-wise classification is important to study. So here I have given you number of families, right? Maybe you have heard about these ones. So we'll see what comes after these families. So these are very common, right? So families of vegetables are important to know. Usually the family name, right? If you take the family name, the CA term is there at the end of this name, right? So these are not English, so they are given by different Latin names. The CA term is there at the end of this name. So if you heard about this, whatever CA name, you can easily find it out as a family name, whatever a kind of a family name given to a living creature. Right? We'll see about different ones. Family Apiaceae. So Apiaceae family is important, so it is very common. So the carrot, parsley, celery. I have given the common name and the botanic name, right? So this, if not the scientific name, the botanical name, different names are given. So carrot, even though we know them as carrot, in different nations, they call them in different names. So we call this name as the common name. So carrot usually we all know, and parsley, celery. So for the same item, for the same vegetable, different nations have different names. Maybe in Tamil sometimes, right? Different names have been given for different vegetables. Maybe if you take the difference amongst the nations, it is very different with their mother languages. So however, when it comes to the scientific approach, the literature, scientific literature, research, and whatever the scientific related studies, we used to have this botanical name, right? Daucus carota. So that is the scientific name or the botanical name given for carrot. So that is will be a kind of a certain name that will not change, right? That is not change. If you mention Daucus carota, everyone should know that it is termed to the carrot. Likewise, so this is related to family Apiaceae. So when you refer to a family, we call them family something, right? Family Apiaceae, family Araceae. So that is how we used to call the name of the family. So then the family Araceae. So it is another very common family in vegetable families. It is also having more other floricultural crops as well. So when it comes to Kiriala, right, it is coming under family Araceae. Family Alliaceae, which comes with leeks, right? And family Asteraceae coming with lettuce. Family Amarantaceae, spinach, mukunu and thampala. So these are coming under family Amarantaceae. Family Brassicaceae, the cabbage family, if not sometimes the cruciferous family. Cabbage, Chinese cabbage. So these are coming under family Brassicaceae. And another very common and a much popular family, Cucurbitaceae. So these are coming under the family Cucurbitaceae. So there are different types of vegetables: snake gourd, bitter gourd, loofah, cucumber, gherkin, pumpkin. So these all are coming under family Cucurbitaceae. If not, as a whole, we used to call them as cucurbits, right? Cucurbits. Family Chenopodiaceae, beetroot, artichoke. So artichoke is something not much common. Maybe the people who are from the mid-country area should know this artichoke. It should have the cooler, hilly nature for the production. Maybe not much prevalent in other areas. And family Convolvulaceae, the sweet potato family. And family Euphorbiaceae, the cassava, if not the manioc, coming under family Euphorbiaceae. Family Fabaceae. So family Fabaceae is another popular family, bean family. Beans, wing beans, yard-long beans. Likewise, there are different types of beans coming under family Fabaceae. Family Malvaceae, the okra family, if not the lady's fingers. Family McKinleyaceae, the gotukola. And family Solanaceae, another major popular family, chili, capsicum, tomato, brinjal, potato. So these are coming under family Solanaceae. So likewise, we will have this much or more, right? More families are also there. So these are very common families. So after sharing this video, you can go for each one of these very clearly. And it is very common to have this in the web internet as well. So usually when it comes to the plant categorization, so these all are plants. In agriculture, we used to call them as crops. So these crops are coming under vegetables. So it is very common to have the specific taxonomical order frequently in the internet. So it is available online. So it is much accessible to everyone. Any questions up to now? So we will move on to another section. Right, so we will move to the other section, the vegetable production systems. Vegetable production system. So we have known to have number of vegetables now. So they are different in production. In Sri Lankan context, we will get the context of Sri Lanka. So other countries, they have different sorts of production systems. So here we will categorize few production systems. Upcountry vegetable production system. One is that, and it is considered as one of the most finest production systems for vegetables, even up to now, right? So that is why we will have the classification generally as upcountry vegetables and low country vegetables as well. Still, the upcountry vegetable production system in Sri Lanka is having a great impact for the commercial production. So it is known as the major production system in Sri Lanka, and continuously cultivated. If you so the ones who are coming from the upcountry should and will know that it is continuously cultivated. It is for the commercial production. Because of that, they are continuously cultivated. So the vegetables, most of these upcountry vegetables are short season crops. So they are not taking much time in a year. Maybe it will be again and again cultivated in the same land for about 2 to 3 times per year. So that is a kind of a continuous cultivation. So there will be maybe no gap times. If not, sometimes one after the other, the production will be continuously carried out. So most popular in cooler hilly areas such as Nuwara, Badolla, Bandarwala and Valimada. So these areas and the suburb areas will be much popular for the production. So this vegetable category, the upcountry vegetable category will be much favorable to have this cooler hilly nature or the environmental condition for their better growth. So that is why they are much grown in upcountry area. And as because this environmental condition is prevalent in that area, the cropping intensity is also high. So the cropping intensity means how much larger the production is. So again and again, continuously cultivation is carried out with much larger quantities because that area is much responsible for that category. So many of these upcountry vegetables are given as these main crops: potato, carrot, leeks, beetroot, cabbage, and many other leafy veggies are there. So other than this upcountry area, so the same type of categories have been tried in other countries, other areas as well in the country. Maybe for an example, in the Kalpitiya area, so they are having commercialized cultivations, and they are having much intensified commercial cultivations for the same upcountry vegetables, and they have been very successful in production, right? So they are maintaining the growth environment very favorably for the upcountry vegetable production. So likewise, we can go for some sort of different types of areas which grow the upcountry vegetables, but it does not say that only the upcountry area is responsible for the upcountry vegetable production. So the other countries, if they provide the necessities for the or the requirements for the growth, they can go for the much successful upcountry vegetable production. Then another cultivation system, chain cultivation. Right? Chain cultivation. So it is mainly found in intermediate and dry zones. So while the upcountry area, the mid portion of the country is much responsible and much directed towards the upcountry vegetable category, see, the other parts of the land, the lowland areas, which are mainly the intermediate zone and the dry zone, have given their emphasis to the Chaina cultivation. So nowadays the Chaina is a little bit rare, but the Chaina cultivation in the ancient times of our country have given much emphasis to the production of these vegetables. A temporary cultivation abandoned after the harvesting. So this Chaina cultivation is something different from the other cultivation systems because so this Chaina is a part of a kind of a woody area or a kind of a forest area that is permitted to have this Chaina. It is not actually ruining any kind of a facility or resources in the area, but they are commercially or they are growing something that is important for their home consumption. So it is not exploiting any sort of a natural environment. So it is considered as a kind of a nature-friendly cultivation system. So it is not continuously carried out. It is not much intensified cultivation. It's a temporary cultivation. Right? Temporary time is taken, and especially these are rain-fed cultivations. So in the past, right? Nowadays the rain the raining pattern is a little bit different. But in the past, people used to know the time that they receive the rain. So onset of rains, we call this as onset of rains. So they know that the time has come to start the rains. So then afterwards they have implemented the cultivation in a very slight manner without any much larger land preparation and no much larger preparation techniques for the land. They are very simple. They will just clear the land and have a little bit preparation for the maintenance of the beds. Sometimes there may be no beds prepared, and it's very temporary and it is very lightly prepared. So these cultivations are known as Chaina cultivations, and they are abundant after harvesting. So after harvesting a certain crop, so there may be sometimes multiple crops, not one. So after they have been harvested, they will leave the land again, and there will be a natural rehabilitation for all the resources that they have used, the land, and sometimes the water resources if they have utilized them. And after some time, they will start the cultivation again. So started at the onset of rains with minimum tillage. So tillage means the land preparation. So maybe sometimes just clearing is enough for them to have the cultivation. And if not, they will use minimum amount of tillage. And low country vegetables are cultivated mixed with field crops. So this is something important. So this is not a monocropping system. So there's not only one crop there. This is mixed. The vegetables are mixed with field crops. So usually we will call the field crops. So some grain legumes, right? Legume crops. Then the cereals, right? So these are coming under these field crops. So they are a kind of a collective sort of mixed cropping technique, right? It's a kind of a mixed cropping technique. So these types of crops that we are using for this Chena cultivation will belongs to different families, right? Of course, they are from different families, and because of that, their growing requirements will be different, and there will be no any much competition like in a monocropping system. So because of that, the resources will be utilized for different types of crops differently. So because of that, the competition among the crops will be lesser. So if you take the examples for the crops, chili, brinjal, tomato, cucumber, cowpea, cucumber, the pumpkin, okra. So these are very common and they are termed as lowland crops. But however, these can be again cultivated in upcountry as well. So this is something called Chena cultivation. Then another cultivation strategy in Sri Lanka, paddy-based vegetable cultivation system. Right? So we know that our staple food, the rice, so it is coming from paddy cultivations, and large acres and hectares of land have been extensively cultivated again and again with paddy, right? So there's a great concern and great help facilitation from the government also there to maintain some lands as paddy cultivation, because we need to have the sufficient amount of paddy production. So along with the paddy cultivation, paddy production, people used to go, some areas, they used to go for different sort of productions along with the paddy, right? So cultivated under the crop rotation. So this will be mainly with going with the crop rotation. If you can remember, we have discussed about crop rotation before. So one after the other crops. So one crop has been introduced to the land, and after the harvesting of this crop, so maybe after a gap time, it will be again facilitated or introduced with another crop. So this is briefly the crop rotation. So some areas, they will go for about 2 times of paddy cultivation per year. But some areas in our country, they will go for thrice, right? So 3 times will be taken for the paddy production. So that is one after the other. The land is not devoted to any other cultivation. They will do the cultivation of paddy again and again for maximum number of times per year. But however, some areas, they are having some gap time. So some lands will be dedicated to have another crop with a gap time, especially who are doing this in twice for the Yala and Maha, right? And in between, so we have these edges that we are preparing to demarcate the edge of 2 beds, 2 sunken beds. So this near a So this area will be again facilitated with another crop. So in this picture, you will see a cabbage cultivation along with the paddy cultivation. Paddy is cultivated during Maha season and vegetables are cultivated during Yala season. So this is how, if you search for the way that they are doing this, other than the crop rotation, So almost all the land, if the almost all the land is taking for a specific another crop other than the paddy, they will do this in the Maha season and the Yala season differently like this, right? Maha season will be much taken for the paddy cultivation because it carries much water in the rain. So it will be much important for the paddy crop because it is likely to have more water in the surrounding nature. And vegetables are cultivated during Yala season, sometimes with the rains and along with the irrigation. Both upcountry and low country vegetables are cultivated. So there will be no any classification for this system. So here also this cabbage is considered as a upcountry vegetable. But seems that this is in the lowland area because the land is much flat and this sort of area will be sometimes much more prevalent in lowland areas. And it depends on the area whether it is having a flat land or terrace planting. If the area is prevalent with the good conditions for the upcountry vegetable production, then even if it is located at a lowland area, it can be facilitated with the upcountry vegetable. So this is called paddy-based vegetable cultivation system. It means the main crop will be paddy. Along with that, we will go for another 1 or 2 vegetables. Then the leafy vegetable production. So this is another major production system cultivated as mixed or monocropping. So some used to have this cultivation as monocropping system and some used to have this as a mixed cropping system. So whatever it is, they will incorporate. So if it is a mixed cropping system, they will incorporate these leafy veggies. We will call them leafy veggies as this leafy vegetable. So these can be incorporated into this mixed planting system with another 1 or 2 different varieties. Easy to grow. So these leafy vegetables, if you take the leafy vegetables, they are relatively easy to grow because we will expect only the vegetative growth of this plant. We will not expect flowering or fruits, right? We will get the use of these leaves, right? Leaves will be important. And if you supply, especially the organic manure for this system, it will grow very fast. So require low inputs. So when compared with the other vegetables that may be facilitating you with fruits or flowers, this requires very less amount of nutrients because especially the nitrogen intake will be important for this cultivation. Planting materials are produced by the farmers. So we have different planting materials for leafy veggies, sometimes seeds and sometimes the shoots of the plant. So they are relatively easy to find. So they are produced usually by themselves. And of course, we can buy them from the shop as well. And multiple harvests throughout the year. So the growth is very fast. And because of that, we can go for multiple harvests. So that is for per year. So we can go for few rounds. So it is not just the 1 or 2 rounds. We can go for different multiple rounds and with multiple harvestings. So that will, if you do this commercially, it will give you more income as it is multiple harvests. Then another and the last one, the home gardens. Home garden concept is important to know, especially in Sri Lanka. We have had that. Maybe you have heard about Kandy and home garden system, right? So in the Kandy area, so they have had their own system of home gardens, which are having different sorts of necessities in the same home area, right? They have not have sort of a selling and buying mechanism at that time. They have grown every sort of necessary plants or the crops in their home garden. So it's a kind of a very successful and sustainable cultivation technique. So the home garden, so this concept is much common in other countries as well. So the photograph here is coming from another country. So this home garden concept is much common in other countries as well now. Right? They used to grow their own necessities in their specific land area, the homeland area. So we can go for cultivation of several crops. So it is not a monocropping system anymore. So it's a home garden concept is for different crops or mixed cropping system. And mainly produced for domestic consumption, excessive soil. So this is mainly targeting for the domestic or the house or the home scale consumption. But if there are any excess, they will usually exchanged with other neighbors, or sometimes it is directly sold at a very low level of marketing strategy, maybe in a fair or sometimes in a shop nearby in the village. So usually they will introduce to that marketing chain. So that is what in home gardens happens. So this is a kind of very a common one in nowadays. So we also at the same time maybe have to go for that, because the production is sometimes limited in some vegetables, and at the same time they are high in price. So it is better if we can go for the production of several, not all, very limited amount of vegetables in our home garden. It will be something a kind of a very advantageous, and at the same time it may be a kind of very friendly for your pocket as well. So these are called as vegetable production systems. So these are much relevant to Sri Lankan context. So there are different techniques that we can go for. So there are the production techniques are different. So there are not only one. So there are different types of vegetable production systems. So what you see in the market as something to be sold, right? So they are coming from different systems. So that is the thing I just wanted to give you. That is not only coming from the upland vegetable production system or paddy-based production system. It is coming from different sorts of vegetable production systems, right? So some are grown with very less amount of requirements, less amount of facilities, but some are grown with higher facilitations in their commercial cultivations. So that is different. The production techniques will be different, and as a result, the price given for per unit something, the crop-based material. So it is again will be different because of the difference in the production system. If it has had more requirements or the cost of production is very high, the per unit cost will be again higher than the this sort of home garden produced crop. So that is something we need to identify and understand. Then we need to look at some more things in constraints. So up to now we have had a kind of a idea that vegetable production is something we should do, and there are different technique systems, and there are different classification at the same time. But as usual, as in other fields and other productions, this is also having its own constraints or production problems, right? We need to look at these constraints, so then we can correct them. If we have the capacity, we can correct them in the policy level sometimes, and in the production scenario sometimes. We can correct the constraints. If so, we can be self-sufficient one day in vegetable production. So one is unavailability of suitable varieties. So we have different varieties, and we have different responsible authorities at the same time to release different varieties. So if you take a look at, for an example, tomato. So if you take tomato as a vegetable, so there are different varieties in there. This same crop species is having different species. So we call them varieties. So for all these, almost all vegetables and almost all these crop productions, they have different varieties, crop species and their varieties. So doing much research and trial and error methods, the responsible parties or the authorities, organizations used to conduct research and release we call them recommended varieties. It means the specific regulatory body is the Department of Agriculture here in Sri Lanka. So this organization used to release varieties which are recommended to have a kind of a commercial output. Right? So these are known as recommended varieties. So recommended and released varieties are there. Maybe you know many names are there given. And if you go to a shop that is selling seeds, so they have the name mentioned in the specific seed packet. So then you can assure that the seeds have been produced under the same specific crop species and the variety. So those are called recommended varieties. So these recommended varieties are suitable to different sorts of climatic conditions, soil conditions, right? So they are having, even though they are seeds. For an example, we will start cultivations from seeds. If so, these varieties, right? So with the differences nowadays in the climate and at the same time the rains and some sort of any sort of environmental conditions, now the climatic changes, environmental conditions sometimes do not support the already released recommended varieties. So then we need to conduct more research to find out specific new or novel varieties which suits for the available conditions. So this unavailability of suitable varieties is something problematic in some areas, in some crop species. Of course, we have number of different varieties released by the Department of Agriculture, yet it needs some more research. And another one, high incidence of pests and diseases. So this is especially regards to monocropping systems which are commercially conducted. So these vegetable productions will have the incidence of pests and diseases. So that is undoubtedly a must or that we need to consider and we need to expect that. So these pest and disease conditions. So we need to, again, if somebody is experiencing these conditions, they need to have some solutions, right? Mainly what growers used to do is the application of chemicals, or we call them pesticides, insecticides. So these are applied very heavily. So this requires much more prices or much more cost. So with the application of these pests and diseases, with the application of pesticides or whatever, any chemical that is utilized for the control of pests and diseases, so the cost of production will go high. Right? So that is something disadvantageous. Higher dependence on rain-fed systems. So some systems, some vegetable production systems such as chaina cultivation, so they are completely rain-fed. Right? So even nowadays, if you have had a kind of an idea on the recent news coming from the growers or the farmers context, so they are now lacking water. So at the moment, we are experiencing a kind of a very dry climate here in Sri Lanka. And because of that, some irrigation systems have not been able to provide the necessary amount of water for the cultivation. So if so, this time will not be a kind of rain falling time. So because of that, the farmers who are, or the growers who are mainly fed on rain-fed systems, so they are completely, they are dependent on the rain-fed system. So then they will find some sort of a problem of finding water for the irrigation. So that is also something problematic in some areas for the vegetable production. And seasonality of production. So seasonality is something that we experience slightly in our country, but especially with regards to the general cultivation, general classification of the cultivation, the upland and the lowland production. So that will something very specifically drawn as classification, but in other way, all these areas of the country will experience a slightly different seasonality throughout the year. So if so, the seasonality of some productions are there. Some times of the year will not be much favorable for the cultivations of some crops. So that is called seasonality. So seasonality is sometimes creating problems to the continuous production of the specific crop. So that is also something problematic. And low productivity. So when it comes to the problem of these pests and diseases and maybe the lack of fertilizers, lack of irrigation practices, the productivity of the specific vegetable production system will be low. So low productivity will cause again much problems to the farmer, because if he or she has taken loans or something for the starting the cultivation, so they will not reap the required or expected benefits from the cultivation. So low productivity, sometimes the soil conditions, if it is a kind of a conventional system, so they are also having a kind of an impact on this low productivity. And high cost of production. So as I have mentioned before, application, the requirements, maybe the inputs from the fertilizers or pesticide application or any other insecticide application or some sort of a foliar application. Maybe there are, maybe if he or she has to receive water from a kind of a paid source. So likewise, there are many costs related to the production. So from the farm gate, we will calculate the amount of cost that it has carried out up to now, up to that point, to give a kind of a selling price per unit. So because of all these requirements, it requires the cost of production will be slightly increased with the requirements. So high cost of production. So at nowadays, currently in Sri Lanka, this has have a kind of a very constraint, a kind of a problematic situation with the cost of vegetables. And price fluctuations, maybe you all have had this experience. So the same crop, the same variety sometimes, or kind of a crop species, it is having different sorts of prices throughout the country or throughout the year and throughout the country as well. Right? Some areas are much more popular for the production of some vegetables. So then they have a kind of a reasonable price. But if other areas, sometimes maybe flooding or some sort of unfavorable environmental conditions may be prevailing. So because of that, the productivity will be low, and because of that, the price will go high. So likewise, with the seasonality of the production and any other bad environmental conditions, this price become vary throughout the year. So that is also a constraint. So when the price goes up, people are reluctant to buy the specific crop. So the produce or the harvest will be in vain. So there will be no use of it. And higher percentage of post-harvest losses. So usually the production sites of vegetables will not be near to the consumer hand, right? So it should be carried to another place. So the transportation is a must. So when it comes to transportation from maybe the farm gate to the consumer's plate, so until it find the consumer, this harvest should go into the right place. So while they are coming or transporting to that place, the post-harvest life. So after harvesting any sort of plant product, after that we will call the harvest as post-harvest produce, or the post-harvest time of the produce. Right? Post-harvest losses is very common while transportation and sometimes storage. Right? So likewise, there are different sorts of practices that are carried out after the harvesting. So after harvesting, it may lead to some more post-harvest losses. So it will be very high. Reasonably, it is high for the perishables, for the vegetables, fruits, and any other floricultural products. So these are perishable crops. These are very easy to harm because it is fresh in form. And because of that, the post-harvest losses are very common. So if a kind of a production is much affected by the post-harvest losses, consumers do not willing to buy it. And inadequate storage facilities, right? Storing facilities are inadequate sometimes. So maybe we are having economic centers throughout the country. So maybe you know about Dambulla, right? Economic center. So many other areas that are cultivating vegetables will bring those harvest to the nearest economic center. So there will be so the retail farmers have come there and they can sold the harvest to the retail marketers. So then they can carry them to the towns or any other villages to sell them. So this until it comes to the hands of the retailer or the consumer, it requires some storage facilities, right? So after harvesting, it cannot be exposed to the full sunlight and to the outer environment. It should be in a kind of a shady area which do not affect to the quality of the produce. So this storage facilities is a must and it is sometimes inadequate because the given area is very much limited. Because of the seasonality and sometimes because of the price fluctuations, people used to carry sometimes more in quantities and sometimes it is very low in quantities to the economic centers. And at the same time, it is for the local commercial practice. And if you look at the exportation, right, exportation is also requires with storage facilities. So it is not just the storage facilities, it is whole room facilities, right, until it is ready for the exportation and until it goes to the destination port or the kind of a destination country. It should have specific proper storage facilities, sometimes in the ground area and sometimes in the air cargo, right? So the storage facilities are important, but it is sometimes, mostly it is found inadequate to have them in proper amounts. So these are called constraints. So in research and policy level, solutions are required for the vegetable production constraints. Right up to now, any problems, any unclear points if you have, I'm happy to answer them. Right, so with that, the first session is over with now, with this point. So we have talked about what these vegetables are and how we can define them, how we can recognize a vegetable, and their classification and production systems with regards to the Sri Lankan context, and some constraints directly links with this vegetable production. So this information will be important for you to have, especially if you are thinking of starting a cultivation as a commercial grower, and at the same time for the next session as well. So in the next session, we will be talking about not just the cultivation practices like this. So nowadays, there's a great tendency towards the production of vegetables in different climatic areas or the different environmental conditions, which are man-made conditions with different technologies, right? This is not just the conventional practices in soil, right? So this is a little bit different, which is carried out with technological advancements. So in the next session, we will be talking about that one. Any questions if you have in this session, I'm happy to answer them. Right, with that, I will stop at this point.
Recording stopped.
So is it clear for you all? Any questions? Right.
No.
Okay. So we have another session. So do you need a break now? So with a small break at about 2:20. Now it is 2:07 to 8. So at about 2:20, shall we start the next session?
Okay.
Right. So we'll start the next one at 2:20, right? So I hope you all can see now.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Thank you. So this is for the vegetable production technologies, right? Technology means
Recording in
we
progress.
have talked about the conventional production the system of vegetables, and nowadays, so we have under the constraints also we have discussed a little on why we need to have more emphasis on the production aspects, right? There are a few constraints, of course, and to get rid of these environmental condition related problems for the vegetable production, these sort of technologies have been introduced, right? So it is maybe improving day by day. So whatever the things we used to discuss today will be sometimes improved tomorrow, right? So that sort of a ongoing research and technological advancements are carrying out each and every day. So especially in other countries who are doing this commercially are much more giving their importance, emphasis, maybe the investments, capital allocation, maybe whatever their investments, maybe from labor, capital, or any other related in time or any other thing has been much invested on these technologies. So the reason is that the adaptation of these technologies for the vegetable production is something important, and at the same time, much more profits can be gained from this system. So it is not the open field conventional practice. We can go for different sorts of productions. And when it comes to the constraints, we have discussed those can be minimized by the application of these technologies. So that is why this is having a major impact on vegetable production. So any idea of any technology you know about these ones? So it is not the field-based or the open field cultivations. These are a little bit different. Maybe you know about some names that is used that you know about related to vegetable production technologies. Any answers? Anything you know about technologies? So maybe you know about few terms mainly related to these technologies, but there are different technologies, of course, but altogether they will be considered as one type of this cultivation. So the cultivation is carried out in a different environment. So that is one such major technology that we used to have. And other than that, we used to apply different technologies for the production. Right, so we'll see what this is. So altogether, we will call this protected agriculture, right? So that is the main technique or the technology that we are using, protected agriculture. So this is also known as in different names. There are different synonyms: protected cropping, indoor culture, greenhouse culture, protected agriculture, controlled environmental agriculture, right? So these terms are all giving you the same meaning. So it is something, as the term implied, the protected, right? it is protected, it is man-made, it is artificial, and we will provide the requirement of the specific crop or the crops artificially. So this is an artificial environment for the growth of crops. So all the crop growth factors, maybe I think you all can remember that term. Crop growth factors are different to each and every crop, right? So we will firstly we need to identify what sort of a crop we are going to introduce to this environment, and maybe one or many will be there sometimes. And then we will have to have the so-called requirements for the crop or the crops, and then only we can decide the nature of the protected house or the protected environment we need to have. And it can be defined as cultivation of high-value vegetables and other horticultural crops in greenhouses. So other than those terms that I have given in the top statement, so this is kind of a cultivation of high-value vegetables and other horticultural crops, right? So you will get to know about horticultural crops in the next few coming weeks. So this is one branch of this horticultural crop category, right? The olericulture. We will study these vegetables under olericulture. So olericulture is only one branch in horticultural crop category. So there are a few other categories in horticultural crop production. So fruit is another branch, right? So fruits, vegetables, and there are many other branches. You will get to know that in the coming weeks. And however, all these fruits or vegetables or whatever the horticultural crops which are highly valued will be introduced to this protected agriculture. So if any sort of a crop or a vegetable can be grown successfully in the open fields, we will not use that sort of ones. But if it is having a high market value for the production, it will be most of the time it will be introduced for the protected agriculture, because it gives high value at the end at the same time, right? Maybe the cost of production will be high. So of course the protected agriculture will have a higher cost of production, but it is worth enough to have plants inside, because it will ultimately at the end it will generate more value as the profit. So that is why only the high value vegetables or any other horticultural crop is introduced to the protected agriculture. So not all the crops will be introduced to the protected agriculture. Only the high value ones will be considered for this technique. And it allows farmers to grow cash crops on small plots in marginal water deficient areas where traditional cropping is not viable. So in our country also we have some areas of the country are not much good in environmental conditions and sometimes the soil for the cultivation practices. So this protected agriculture technique has been also arisen in some countries that are not having the proper required environmental conditions, right? So in other temperate countries and other Middle East countries, so they have they have used this technique for so long, and they have reaped the benefits at the same time in large quantities. So this protected agriculture is so much important, and it generates much income at the end, and it is a good solution at the same time. Other than the profits, we can go for this protected agriculture as a kind of a solution for these areas where the traditional or the field-based crop cultivations are not viable because of many reasons. Right? Maybe it is water deficient, maybe it is marginal lands. We call marginal lands, so they are not rich in required crop growth factors. So then we will have the capacity. If we have the capacity to go for the protected agriculture technique, it will be a good solution for this problem. So that is how this protected agriculture has been arisen as a solution for the vegetable production in maybe in our country and other countries as well. So this protected agriculture is now it is already emerged and it is upcoming a kind of a trend in our country as well. So many growers are there who are doing this cultivation strategy, and many are willing to have this protected agriculture for their cultivation as well. So if you take a look at the crops cultivated under protected cropping, I have mentioned that only the high value crops will be introduced for this system. So horticultural crops, you will get to know about horticultural crops after this session, after today's one. And there are many. And cut flowers, again, cut flowers is a kind of a major production in floriculture. And foliage, right? Cut flowers and foliage both are coming under floricultural crops, and vegetables and small fruits, right? Much large trees cannot be introduced for this technique. So only the herbaceous small plants are entertained. So therefore, whatever the plants who are bearing small size fruits can be introduced to this system. And herbs something we have herbs, like it's kind of a very small shrubs or small plants which are usually slender in nature. So they are not much hardy in the stem, and the leaves will be have the main emphasis to use as herbs. So they have culinary purposes or medicinal purposes, right? So they are having a very high value per unit production. So then the herbs production is highly entertained, and it is highly favorable for the protected cropping. And seedlings. So maybe much larger trees also can be reared inside in the protected cropping. However, as seedlings, only as seedlings. So seedling production, right? Seedlings, then it will be directly forwarded for the transplantation. So beforehand, the seedlings will be produced inside the protected culture. So these are the main categories which are introduced for the protected cropping. Then if you take a look at why we need to go for this technique, as a whole, we will call them as to protect crop from all factors, right? So we have different factors that will be known as crop growth factors. So we will protect this crop from all factors in a way that we can supply all the required crop growth factors. So here I have given you a list of ones. One is abiotic factors and the other one is biotic factors. Abiotic factors means something are not related to biological organisms. So the direct sunlight, rainfall, radiation, wind, soil. So these factors will influence the crop as abiotic factors because they are not living factors. And mainly the pests and diseases will have a major impact as biotic factors. Abiotic and the biotic factors are there. So we will protect this crop, protect our crop which is introduced to the protected culture from all these factors. So we will let it have the so-called abiotic factors in their optimum levels, and we will control the biotic factors. So one major reason is to protect crop from all factors, and then another one is to maintain the quality. Right? The quality of the produce is very high in protected houses. Right? Protected houses it means everything is protected. The crop is protected from all the factors. Any sort of a factor that is greatly influencing it or cause some kind of a harm. Right? We will not let them harm. Let any plant harmed. So then it will increase or improve the quality of the produce. So the quality will be very high. And for the continuous supply. So as a constraint, we have discussed that some are seasonal. So all these seasonal problem can be sought out by continuous supply or the continuous cultivation of this crop under protected cropping. So there may be no any rains coming from sky, right? We will not depend on the rain-fed system. All the irrigation practices will be supplied man-made or artificially. Right? So it's a continuous supply. We will not depend on any sort of environmental condition. All the environmental conditions will be supplied artificially, even sometimes the light. If some cultivations are there, they are not getting the advantage of sunlight. They will totally depend on the light supplied artificially. Likewise, we can have all the things artificially. So it will directly impact the crop to grow continuously. And many other advantages are there. Labor use efficiency. So the efficient labor use can be expected from this system because everything is carried out in a kind of a house or a protected house, right? So inside of this, laborers will be doing their work, and the amount of laborers that we need is very less than the field-based cultivations. And because of the favorable conditions inside, their efficiency is also very high. They will not have the bad impact from the environmental conditions as well. And the use efficiency, everything is some protected houses are some are they are fully automated, so then there will be no use of laborers, right? So in the Sri Lankan context, there will be very less amount of those because the amount of money or the capital we need is very high for that ones. So the labor use, whatever the number, we will be having a very high usage, high efficiency in their work. And efficient use of water and nutrients. So there are different techniques that we can supply water and nutrients. I will discuss that in later. So, however, it is not just the application. It will not as the same application that we use to apply water or nutrients to the soil, right? So all the minute amounts, a very little amount of water or nutrient will be utilized by this system. Therefore, the efficient use is there. So no any leakages, no any leaching to the soils, no any wastage of these nutrients and water. So that is kind of a very advantageous condition in protected cropping. And high yield per unit area. We can expect high yield per unit area because all the requirements are met by the crop for the growth. So then it will produce its own optimum amount of yield. So and the supply will be in uniform amount of yield or the harvest, and the intensity is very high. Large amount of plants will be there inside the protected house, and there because of that the production per unit area is very high other than in field condition. No heavy machinery. So inside of this large scale maybe protected houses, we will not use the no heavy machinery there. Likewise, we use in the field conditions because it's a house, right? It's a house-like structure. So we cannot let and we cannot permit the entry of this large scale machinery. Sometimes the robotic mechanisms are there, but they are built inside, not introduced from the outside. And market-oriented prediction. Market-oriented prediction is important because almost all these are, as I have mentioned earlier, these are high-value crops, right? So from the cultivation of high-value crops, the grower or the farmer expects to have a high value, a high revenue at the end, right? So high revenue or the profit cannot be gained if it is released, if the yield or the harvest is released at a kind of a time that is not having proper amount of price, right? So then they will predict the time that the yield should be come out. So then with the time, they will organize, they will plan the production, right? So for an example, if you need to have a kind of a vegetable output of the vegetable in the next month, right? Or a few months or 2 to 3 months from now. So you will start it now. The cultivation is started now. Likewise, they will predict. Usually in other countries, this is much practiced. They will maintain calendars. So the work schedules, schedules will be there. So they will start different cultivations with a prediction, with the market orientation. And solution for small farm holding, right? Small farms. So this is much better for small scale farmers. So they can start from the scratch by small protected houses, and then for medium scale, and then the larger scale. If a grower is having a very small farm or small cultivation system, this one is very good to go for if he or she is willing to start a kind of a protected cropping. So better it is started from the small scale. And seed production, some are not cultivating the whole crops. Those are intended for the production of seeds, right? Seed production. So very easily we can go for the shop who are selling these seeds in the market or in a shop in a town. So the seed is coming from various strategies, various systems. So some protected houses, protected cultures are totally devoted for the seed production only, right? For an example, big onion production. So big onions are grown inside the protected house, and then the cultivation is not for the bulb production. Big onion bulb is not the production. They will allow the flowering, and then they will extract the seeds from the big onion flowers. And they will produce seeds. The reason is that the seeds, however, the onion seeds will be very high in cost. Right? So whatever the people who are doing this big onion seed production, so they can practice this in protected houses, so they can reap much more value than the big onion bulb production. So these are the applications that we can expect. These advantages can be expected from protected culture. Any questions if you have on why we need to go for protected housing or protected culture? Right? So then how? Then next question is how we can set up this sort of a protected culture, right? So the main thing is we will use a cover over the plant. So that is the very brief meaning that we used to do. We will cover the whole plant. So it is not exposed to the natural environment anymore. It is now covered, right? Of course, it's a cover, but it will permit the growth of the plant. So that sort of a thing will be there briefly in protected cultures. There are several cover types, so we will use the cover as different materials. So there are many types of these protected cultures as well. So to cover this whole setup, right? To cover this whole environment, we can use glass. If it is using glass, we call them glass house. Then the polythene, I think you all have seen polytunnels, right? Polytunnels are covered with polythene layer, a different gauge type. If not polythene house of polytunnels, or sometimes there will be a kind of another type of a protected house called row covers. So we will see that later. Row covers, so these are using polythene as the cover. So these are transparent polythene. So then the sunlight is permitted to receive by the plant. And netting, right? Net materials are there. So different colors, different net sizes are there. So if a kind of a protected house is using net material, it will be known as shade house, because the net material is intended to provide shade. So there are different shade levels. So according to your requirement of the crop, you should select the specific net type. And plastic, right? Plastic covered plant houses are there. We call them plant houses. So these plastic roof-like structures are there. Along with the polythenes, we can go for. So this, if it is a plant house, usually it is covered with plastic sheets, right? So this is how the terms are given. So we'll see some photographs later. So in Europe, so how we can, so this is how we can go for this. And in Europe, this is practiced. So the reason why they have used this sometimes in other Middle East countries. So the reason is that some times of the year are not favorable for the cultivation of these crops. So especially in the winter season, so they will receive much precipitation as snow. So this is not good for the cultivation of crops outside. So then they have gone for this protected housing. And at the same time in Middle East countries, so they receive much more sunlight and temperature. So to protect their crops from these unfavorable conditions, they have set up these polytunnels and protected houses. So in Europe, over 400,000 of hectares are under cover, right? So they are using much larger scale cultivations and yield. If you take the yield, 320,000 kilograms per hectare per year. So think about the total amount of vegetables that they will produce per year by the calculation of the total hectares, right? So they will produce much more under this protected cropping system. And if you take the crops, which are mainly grown in Europe countries, so these are a list of crops. Maybe it is not much common in our country. Tomato, cucumber, sweet pepper, lettuce, brinjal, melon, courgette, summer squash, radish, Chinese cabbage. So these are the much more commonly grown crops in European countries under protected culture. And for an example, Holland. Holland is a European country, so they produce 1,000 millions of kilograms of vegetables annually, and 80% is exported, right? So the exportation, they will earn much more by the exportation of this protected house cultivation. So it is not just the production under the protected houses, the output will be exported. So in here also in Sri Lanka, much amount of this produce coming from the protected houses will be directly exported. So it will be a kind of another major earning other than the production under the protected house. So protected cropping in Sri Lanka, so it is having a short history. Right? If you take the history of protected cropping in Sri Lanka, it is having a very short history. And if you take the startup of this cropping, so highly cultivated flowers for the export market, it has started in 1970s. Right? So it has been from different scales, large scale, medium scale, and small scale. Right? And vegetable cultivation in protected structures has started in 1990. And that is also has started as a small scale cultivation, which is about in an area of 3 hectares. And cultivated targeting local market. So at the first time of this production has been targeting the local market, because at that point we have had any experience for the exportation at that point. This is how it has started, and nowadays it is having a kind of a great trend, right? Sometimes many loans and subsidies are provided for the growers who are willing to start these sort of cultivations in the village level, right? In the village level, there are some officers appointed by the government to enhance this cropping system. So they will provide much more extension services to start this sort of cultivations. And from 1990s, this has come a large kind of a very good journey up to now in protected cropping in Sri Lanka. So here are some organizations involved in protected cropping, right? Agribusiness Council, we call it as USAID, right? Department of Agriculture and Agriculture Faculties in Sri Lanka, Horticulture Producers Organizations, and Organization of Protected Cropping located in Peradeniya. So in Sri Lanka, the main regulatory body will be the Department of Agriculture. Other than this one, we have public, private, and NGO-based organizations which are directly helping the growers to go for the protected cropping. And there are a few organizations which has been created by the protected cropping organizations itself. So once the growers who are doing the protected cropping has set up their own organizations at the same time. So mainly the Peradeniya will be the heart of this production. The Horticultural Crop Research and Development Institute is also there, HORDI. So, and the Department of Agriculture and organizations which are maybe started by the protected cropping growers, right? So all these are around this area, Peradeniya and Gannuruwa. So this area is having much more organizations which are much helpful in protected cropping. Other than that, there are many other parties who are involved in this, and they are providing many other related facilities for the growers to start this sort of cultivations. So let's see. So up to now, I'm happy to ask any if you have any questions. Right, so we'll see some major parts of an indoor structure. So here in this picture you will see, so it is a protected house, right? It is a protected house. As you can see, it's a polytunnel. So it is covered by a polythene layer, and a kind of a crop is grown inside. So this is how it seems inside, right? And when it comes to a structure, inside of a structure, in the preparation of this sort of a structure, we have to have specific maybe some sort of parts of an indoor structure, right? So to have this structure, we need to have some few parts, right? So we need to have a roof. So there are different designs for a roof of a polytunnel or a indoor structure. So we need to select a kind of a specific roof for this activity. And sides. There are two sides and then front and rear sides, right? So there will be a kind of an area to step into this structure and to step out of this structure. So these are front and rear sides. And other than these two sides, we will have two sides, as you can see, the left and right side of this picture. And then to start up with the floor level, we need to have a foundation first, and it is not attached to the soil, right? It is having a barrier from the soil. It is not touching the soil. Usually, if the product is mainly oriented to the exportation. And after that, after the foundation has been laid, it should have a kind of a cement floor or kind of a proper floor for this structure. And doors should be there, maybe to step in and step out, and ventilators. So this is a kind of a protected house, and the ventilation is 100% disturbed, right? Ventilation is important for the gas exchange from the normal natural environment and the protected house. But however, with the covering material that we have used to the top and the sides, this ventilation is highly disturbed. But however, we need to have ventilation inside, so that is a must. Proper gas exchange, especially the oxygen and carbon dioxide exchange, should have in this structure, as there are many crops inside. And there are ventilators which are something artificial, and sometimes we can promote the ventilation. If you can see in this picture, the sides of this structure is opened, right? Usually it should be closed, but to help ventilation, because this structure is not having ventilators inside. So because of that, we can roll the edges of this polythene layer from the down, which has been stick to the down portion. So we can make it open. So it is a little bit open to the natural environment. Because of that, the ventilation is supported. And some structures, especially in greenhouses. So greenhouses is a little bit different from the polytunnels, and they are highly managed, right? Not everyone could go inside. So there are some rules and regulations when you step into a kind of this sort of a protected house. Especially in greenhouses, we should not go inside if we have gone through the field conditions and we have been sweated, and if we are not properly cleaned. So usually we do not step inside a kind of a protected culture without our hygiene conditions are better. Right? So when it comes to a greenhouse, so there may be some room-like structure before you step into the structure. So that is for the changing your clothes and sometimes footwear, right? So whatever any sort of a maybe cleaning area, likewise they can be added as a substructure for this structure, main structure. So those are called substructures. So some are having ventilators and fans at the rear side. So sometimes there are some rooms-like structures attached to the major indoor structure. So those are called substructures. And accessories and modifications, right? So this is a kind of a barrel-shaped indoor structure. The roof structure will be like barrel house. So then there may be modifications. We can do many modifications to a protected structure that will make it more suitable for our environment. So those are called modifications, and some accessories can be added to this structure. Right? So those are something more other than the major parts. So there may be some accessories or modifications, and sometimes it may not. So this is how this part should be there in a protected structure. So different structures of protected cropping. So there are some examples here. Polytunnel, polythene house. I think you all have seen this structure. So the leftmost one, so it is covered by a kind of a polythene, so it will let the sunlight go in of this structure. So that is how the plants receive sunlight. And the sides of this polytunnel is covered by a kind of an insect-proof net. Right? So insects are not permitted inside. Insects or pests are not permitted inside. So this net is there to facilitate the ventilation, right? If the polythene layer is continuing up to the downward, there may be some problems in ventilation. Because of that, half of the door and the two sides of this protected house is covered by a kind of a net, right? Net structure. So that is an insect-proof net. So insect cannot come in. So then at the same time, with the holes in the net structure, it will permit the gas exchange. So at the same time, it will be helpful to reduce the temperature inside. So if you have stepped into a kind of this sort of a structure, you may have had that experience. The temperature inside of this structure is high when compared with the natural environment. Because of the, maybe you have heard about the concept of this temperature is going to be collected, or the temperature is going to be highly accumulated inside the structure, right? So this is called as a greenhouse effect, right? Greenhouse effect. So because of this greenhouse effect, the temperature inside of a protected cropping house is a little bit very high. So to control this temperature also, this method is important. And the middle picture shows you a glass house. So the top portion is covered by, and the sides of these sides and the doors are covered by a glass house or glass material. So these are called glass houses. And shed house, the rightmost one, it's a shed house. It is a kind of a temporary structure. This is not something permanent like glass houses and polythene houses. Polythene houses may be sometimes permanent, and mainly it is also temporary. And shed house is temporary structure. Maybe it is made with the timber or some sort of a wooden structure, wooden based material is used to establish this shed house, and sheets, roofing sheets will be used to cover the roof, and this is called shed house. It is a little bit different. And net houses, so all these surrounding area is now covered with a net. So net is coming from different colors and different hole sizes. So that is how we used to categorize the net material. So depending on the specific need you are having, you need to have the net material specifically for the grown crop. So not all the net houses are good for all sort of crops. So net house, there are different sort of crops that are introduced to the net house. So you need to consider that one also. Yes, another question. Yes, I think she asked about which one is the best. So the best house is, we cannot say actually the best house is this one, because these different sorts of protected houses have different sorts of services that they are providing, right? So for an example, mainly the vegetables. So if you take the example from the vegetables, I will go back to the slide. So if you take the vegetables as your crop, right? For an example, I'm taking. So this polytunnel concept is much good because it will permit the sunlight. So we need to select the specific polythene material beforehand, before the crop category. So in the first hand, you should select the specific crop type that you need to have in the protected house. So then you can decide what the materials are there that are required for the establishment. So establishment of these vegetables, if you take as an example, it requires more sunlight because if you take a kind of an example, tomato, so it's a fruit production, right? So the fruit should be produced as the vegetable. So we will expect the flowering stage of the plant, and it is having different nutrient requirements. So then at the same time, if you take floriculture crops, right? Maybe they are cut flowers, right? They are also, we will expect the flowering phase of the plant, but we will not expect any fruit from that, only the flowers. But when you take, other than the vegetables, floricultural crops, you will study this in later, but floricultural crops need different sorts of light conditions. So some are like to have direct sunlight, but some are like to have indirect sunlight, and some are growing in the shady conditions. Likewise, it depends on the different crop species, right? So at the same time, so as we have talked about the net house, so net house is not good for the vegetable production because net house, the aim of the net house is to provide shade. But in the vegetable production, right, leaves or flowers or these fruits, we will get the shoot or the aerial production like that. So we have to have a good sunlight which is received by the plant. But if you grow them in the net house, if you grow vegetables in the net house, it will not get the optimum amount that the plant is expecting as the sunlight, because it will prohibit a little amount of sunlight. They will cut down, right? It's a cut down activity. So the sunlight, the 100% of sunlight that is received by the net material will cut down a little bit of sunlight, and then they provide the rest of the filtering light. So the filtered light is not good for the vegetable production. Likewise, it depends on the crop that you are having inside, right? So likewise, the shed house is also not good for the vegetable production. The glass house is good, but there should be a proper ventilation technique, because the glass is glass house is kind of a completely sealed house that is also will create the greenhouse effect 100%, right? So that is why with the crop, the first hand you need to select the crop and then you need to decide the type of protected house you need to have, right? So that is why different structures are there for protected cropping. There's not only polytunnels, there's not only glass houses, there are different types of materials and different shapes. So that is something very lengthy. Different shapes, materials, and number of houses. Likewise, there are differences in protected houses. So that is totally depend on the crop that you are cultivating inside. I think you got the answer. You need to have the specific crop in the mind first. And the middle one, the row cover. So it's a kind of a different one. It is very short and small scale, and it is very permanent, right? Sorry, very temporary. It is not permanent. Maybe you have heard about propagators, right? Propagators. So it is provided at the time of nursery sometimes. And if you are having very high value crops, the main aim is to protect it from the precipitation, maybe the morning dew or rains or any other snow or any other precipitation. Altogether, we call them precipitates. So whatever comes from the skies that will harm the plant, right? So you can cover it at the night time as a whole, completely it is sealed. But when the sun rises, you should supply or you should facilitate the ventilation by opening the side covers. So this is in the daylight. So the inside of this plant is protected from the night time by the precipitation. And then it is a net-like structure. And it will directly, I think, permitting the ventilation. And at the same time, this can be collected, this can be erected by polythene also. So this is very temporary. This is not something permanent like other structures. And the rightmost one, rain out shelter. So that is something, a kind of a very horizontal board-like structure, a sheet-like structure. The main aim of this structure is to protect the crop beneath the surface, beneath the roof surface from rainwater. Right? So the sides of all the four sides are open, but anyhow, this is also considered as a protected house. Right? This is called rain out shelter. So the rainwater is not permitted to reach the plants. Right? So these are different types of protected structures, and depending on your need, depending on your requirement and the crop, you need to select the specific protected house. Any more questions? Anything to be asked? If you need any clarifications, any more clarifications? Right. So I think you had a kind of an idea on what are the different types of protected houses. It's not just only one type. So then we need to look at growth factors which influence protected culture. Right. So here I have given it as PC. Right. Growth factors. So we know that even it is in the natural field conditions or the traditional or conventional, number of terms are actually used for this condition. Whatever the condition is, whatever the environment is, even if it is like that or protected house, however, we need to provide all the crop growth factors for the plant. I think it is obvious and all of you can understand that one. So crop growth factors which influence protected culture. So in this protected culture, inside of this protected culture or any kind of a house, we need to have these crop growth factors in the optimum levels. So the light quality, sunlight is received, of course, and it is also depending on the crop, it is different. Sometimes the structure name will be different and the covering material will be different. However, depending on the crop species, it should have the proper light quality. Right? Without the light quality, So maybe it is 20%, 10%, likewise, the percentage that it requires will be different. But however, for the specific crop, it should have the specific light quality, right? Maybe light intensity, light quality, and amount of light received. Likewise, there are many parameters, measurements can be taken. And carbon dioxide. So especially for the vegetable production, we need carbon dioxide for the photosynthesis, right? So then it should permit proper ventilation. The protected house, whatever the protected house, should permit proper ventilation. Maybe it is natural ventilation, or if not, we should set ventilators, the artificial ventilators inside to ventilate the environment. And fertilizers. So these conditions, this protected cropping is highly using fertilizers. So that is another major difference from the field conditions, because it is something artificial. So as everything is artificial, we need to supply all the nutrients the crop needs. So in the means of fertilizer, we will use fertilizer to supply them. So if you are using soil, right? So soil can be used inside the protected houses. So some ask this question. But if you are using soil, there may be a considerable amount of NPK there. But as the basal dressing and the top dressing, you will have to apply the NPK in different fertilizer types. And at the same time, if you need to apply more micronutrients, so it is something important, application of trace elements or micronutrients, that is also from the fertilizers, but mainly as foliar fertilizers. Maybe for an example, Maxicrop, Albert solution. So these are rich in micronutrients, right? So they are applied as foliar fertilizers. So they are liquid fertilizers. Yes, another question. If carbon dioxide contain high temperature also become high. Yes, so this is something important. So inside of this, whatever the crop production system, we used to have meters, right? Temperature. So the thermometers are there, which are not used by the humans to measure their body temperature. That is different. Those thermometers will measure the environmental temperature and the humidity, relative humidity. And then if you are using something in a medium like nutrient solutions, pH meters, electrical conductivity. So these are measured by meters, right? So these meters are there. So carbon dioxide is a kind of a gas. So that is important for the photosynthesis, but at the same time, it is considered as a greenhouse gas, right? So when the carbon dioxide gas production inside of this house is very high, of course, the temperature will be very high, right? So the carbon dioxide concentration also can be metered by different meters are there. So they can directly, by exposing this meter to the environment, the atmosphere, it can check the levels of different gases, right? So it should be in the proper amount of gas, because it will be absorbed by the plants. But at the same time, the temperature should be again monitored. How much temperature is generating inside the protected house. So usually in the daytime, in the noon time, the temperature is very high. If it is a sunny day, the temperature inside the kind of these polytunnels, or mainly polytunnels, of course, they are very high. In greenhouses, specifically fans, right? Fans, and sometimes we call them fan pad evaporation techniques. So there are different techniques that we can use to control the temperature inside. So these sort of accessories, in the first sense I have mentioned that accessories, right? So these can be set, but they are very costly. But especially the greenhouses, right? Greenhouses are very well managed and they are very costly to maintain. But however, these greenhouses are functioning very well, other than the polytunnels. So the greenhouses are measuring all the factors, almost all the factors inside. So they will not let the temperature go high because they are monitoring every factor very well other than the polytunnels. So of course, when the carbon dioxide is going very high inside, the temperature also will be high. But we need to monitor both the factors closely. If not, that will be directly influenced as a bad factor for the crop growth. Right, so fertilizer application, so that is important, and there are different fertilizer types. So depending on the crop, it is varied, right? Depending on the crop species, the requirement, the way you are applying the fertilizers, the time you are applying the fertilizers, in which quantities, all these are getting different. And soil. So of course, when it comes to talk about the soil based substrate for the crop growth, of course, you can grow plants inside the protected house with soil. But if you are intending to export something, right? If you are willing to export some sort of a product, you should be free from soil, because soil related something is not permitted to export or at the same time import. So whatever the soil related, so maybe contaminated produce is not let come into the country. So that is a kind of a rule among the countries. So in our country also, we will not use to send soil with the produce to other countries. So that is prohibited. So if your product is not directly linked with the soil, right? If you're let's say if you are taking the harvest as a fruit, right? It is different. But when you export this fruit, right? Let's say again the tomatoes, it should be completely free from soil, right? So other than that, there's a great tendency to go for soil-less substrates, right? Soil-less substrates means you are using a substrate, a crop growth medium, which is not soil, right? There are a number of media that we can go for other than soil. So those, usually the protected cropping technique is using soil-less substrate for the crop growth. And humidity, we call it relative humidity, if not RH. So that is also should be maintained very well. And water supply, how you are going to supply water to your plant. The irrigation technique. So usually hand watering is not practiced here because the intensity of the crop cultivation is very high. You cannot go one by one to water the plants. So maybe especially much used technique is drip irrigation. Drip system is mainly laid first before the crop is introduced, and sometimes the sprinklers are also used. It depends on the crop species again. And day length, right? Day length, how long the crop is receiving the sunlight. So the day length is important. So you can minimize the day length by using the net materials. So the crop factors, the crop growth factors can be manipulated or controlled by the shadiness. Right? Shade can be provided by the net material. And air temperature, which is something very important. So I have mentioned that this should be very well monitored, because in the noon time, in the daytime, it is going very high, right? So we need to have that control over the air temperature at the same time. It should be properly checked, and different meters are there. They should be, we need to get the help of these meters to have the correct idea of what the temperature now inside, right? So these factors will directly influence the crop growth under the protected culture. Then I have mentioned about soil-less production, right? It is free from soil, right? So soil, of course, we can go for soil, but it is not much advised to go for because of these contaminations coming from soil-borne pathogens, right? Soil-borne pathogens are something that we need to expect if it is not properly sterilized. And at the same time, no any soil particle is given permission to export or import. Especially if it is for the local consumption, that is fine. But if you are intending to have exportation, the usage of soil is not much a good decision. So we need to go for any other soilless substrate. So soilless production of vegetables. So here in this picture, you will see this. So they are not using any soil particle here. It is something related to soilless production technique, right? We usually call them as hydroponics. We will get the use of water. So these plants are hanged in water. So then the water is having the nutrients. We will add nutrients to the water. And then via this root system, the plant will absorb the nutrients. So that is how, and a kind of a gully-like structure, a kind of a structure which holds this plant is built first, and then it will hold the plant, and then it will provide the anchorage, right? So all the required facilities that is provided by the soil will be artificially provided by ourselves to the plant. So what is soilless production? If you take growing plants in any material other than soil. So other than soil, you can go for any other material in soilless production. For an example, water, right? Here we will get the use of water. It is called hydroponic, right? Hydroponic culture. If not sand and gravel, right? So these can be something related to natural products, natural soilless products. And at the same time, we have many other synthetic or artificial products. Maybe you have heard about perlite, vermiculite, right? So these are artificially produced materials that will provide the same facilities as soil. So these are soilless substrates. So soil, our main name is to provide by the substrate is to minerals, water and support to the plant. Right? Soil will provide all these three and we will provide all these necessities by other means. So the minerals, we will add the minerals or the nutrients to the water in this case, and water will be there as the main substrate, and the specific structure is built to support the plants. Right? So this is the brief idea of using soilless production. So what are the advantages? If we take a look at the advantages of soilless culture, so there will be a better nutrient control because so there will be no leaching of these nutrients to the soil, and there will be no any wastage. So the optimum required amount is dissolved in water first, right? And then if it is hydroponic, and if you are using any other soilless substrate, we will calculate the amount of nutrients it requires, and then we will add it. And however, this system, the soilless culture system, is not failing to provide all the nutrients to the plant. So there will be no any wastage. So if you, at the same time, if you provide it to the soil, so it will sometimes leaching towards the soil profile, and sometimes it is not absorbed by the plant. There will be no any proper mechanism to find out whether all the nutrients you have supplied is maximally utilized by the plant. So there will be no any better nutrient control over the plant by the soil. So however, this will provide your nutrient control. So that is very effective. And for areas where suitable soil for cropping is not available. So we have talked about why we need to go for protected cropping. If you are not having a proper environment for the crop growth, you can go for this protected cropping techniques, especially if you do not have suitable soil in your area, right? So if you have gone for the protected cropping, you can get the use of soilless substrate. Less fertilizer waste and less water waste. Right? Water waste and the fertilizer waste. Fertilizer means again the nutrient control, and especially if you are using the hydroponic system, there will be no any water waste. So I will explain a little bit about the very brief mechanism how we need to use this hydroponic technique later. And less labor. So this is something automated most of the time. So the labor requirement is very less. And high yields. So all these aspects, all these required conditions will lead to higher yields than the open field conditions. So at the end of this cultivation, you will harvest a higher yield and at the same time a higher yield per unit area. And another major finding that in soilless cultures, right? In protected houses, usually we will use these soilless cultures. So this culture technique is giving you early harvest. So maybe you have heard about the recommended time given for the harvest. So after flowering, this much of time should pass to have the harvest. So this is how the recommendation is giving, right? So after establishment, after this much of months, weeks, you will get the harvest. So that is, of course, for the field-based cultivations. But if your cultivation is getting all the required crop growth factors optimally, it will start giving you the harvest early, right? So other than the recommended time. So before the recommended time comes for the harvesting, you can harvest the your expected yield a little bit before, as all the crop growth factors are received by the plant in an optimum manner, other than in soil or in field-like environment. So it is said to be have the early harvest from the soilless culture. So that is a great advantage, right? So these are not the only ones. We have many other lot more advantages, right? So other than the field conditions, we have lot more. So low cost and time for land preparation and soil sterilization, right? So usually we will not prepare any land inside, but there are many few other crops that need land preparation if they are grown inside in plant beds, right? If requires plant beds, we need to go for land preparation, but it requires less cost and time. And soil sterilization, right? If you are not using soil, of course, it will be zero, right? If you are using soil, the sterilization is very easy other than the land in the outside. And clean working area and clean product. So this is not much muddy or any other dust is collected. So this is something very clean inside. So if you take a visit to this sort of a protected house, it seems very clean. So if it is very well managed, inside of this working area is very clean, and laborers will find it very easy to work it under the protected houses, because the conditions are very good inside, no high sunlight, high temperature. So if it is very well maintained, it is really easy to work inside. And free from soil-borne pathogens. Of course, if we are not using soil, the soil-borne pathogen risk is very less, and it is zero. And if you are using soil, it should be very well sterilized. And if so, you will not face any soil-borne pathogens attack. And continuous cultivation. So we have discussed this one as a constraint. So if you take better control over your cultivation inside the protected house, it will give you continuous cultivation opportunity, right? Continuous cultivation, that is important because, for an example, some companies are there. They are, I have mentioned that market-oriented production. Some companies are there. They are only producing lettuce, right? For an example, I'm saying. So this is for another food-related restaurant chain. So they are not selling their produce to the local market or export. For an example, I'm saying they are selling their produce only to a food-related restaurant chain, which is McDonald's, right? So for their food preparation, they will provide the lettuce production only to themselves. And they need to have a capacity to provide them in continuous cultivation, because they need continuously this lettuce. Because of that, they need to go for the continuous cultivation And at the same time, they will earn much more because no any harvest will be wasted. All the leaves that are produced as the proper lettuce leaves, they will be bought from the McDonald's. So then there will be a good market for the grower. So likewise, many of these growers who are doing protected culture, right? So they have the capacity and the opportunity to do continuous cultivation and free from chemicals. So of course, nowadays the practical scenario is to, if I describe the practical scenario, most of the protected farmers, protected growers, so they are using high amount of chemicals inside the protected houses. But when it comes to the recommendations, it is not advised to do so. Because this is a kind of a protected house. So if you use these chemicals, so these are all chemicals, pesticides, insecticides, and at the same time you are using nutrients which are dissolved in water, and you are using some sort of fertilizers. These all are called chemicals, right? So when the chemicals density or their concentration is very high inside, it is not a good condition for all the fauna and flora species, right? It may be toxic sometimes, especially for the humans who are working inside. It is not good to have as an environment. So it should be free from chemicals. So chemicals, we should use them, but in the way that is low as possible. And less pollution. So the pollution is considerably less because there are few techniques that you are used to do inside, and you will continue doing that one again and again. For an example, the covering material will have a kind of a very higher durability, and for years you can use that. And at the same time, there are different techniques, grow back techniques. So the growing media will be again and again utilized, right? So it is a kind of a recycling activity. Many of the resources inside will be recycled. So because of that, pollution is less, right? But in the sense of field-based open field cultivation, again and again, we will have to use different sort of sources, land preparation, and then the irrigation, weeding, pesticides, and everything again and again, we will have to use. But in the sense of these protected houses, most of the materials, most of the facilities will be again and again used. It means reusable nature is there. Because of that, the pollution will be lesser. So those were the advantages, right? So at the same time, as in every field, as in any sort of operation, we have the limitations as well. Right? Limitations of this technique. So this is a beneficial technique, of course, but we have its own limitations at the same time. One is high capital requirement. So this requires a considerably higher capital because we need to construct something first, the established area, the environment, the house, and then we need to go for the cultivation. Sometimes the cultivation, the planting materials, they are also very costly. And then the power requirement is very high, right? Again, I have mentioned that as the third point. Power requirement, the electricity, water, and many other infrastructure facilities are required for this technique. So they are also costly. Because of that, the amount of money you need to start this sort of a product or this sort of a cultivation is considerably higher. And technical know-how. Technical know-how means this cannot be practiced, or this cannot be suddenly established by a person who do not know about the proper mechanism. So it requires technical knowledge. Right? Technical knowledge should be there even for the construction of the house. Then you need to design the irrigation technique, and you need to plant it. Likewise, there are different sorts of activities in this structure, in this activity. Protected house cropping. So then you need to have different expertise people with you to do these activities very well. So that is something a limitation. By yourself only, it is not much wise to do a kind of a protected culture. You need to have some advisors coming from a expertise person or a people. And daily maintenance is required. You should not allow it to run by its own self, but you need to have a good monitoring activity at the same time. Daily maintenance activities, you need to look at whether it is running very well. And quality water. So when it comes to the irrigation, it is a must, right? Quality water should be there. If not, this water may lead to some spreading of diseases and some may cause toxicities. Likewise, this is something very important when it comes to a protected house. You need to have proper quality water. And knowledge on crop. Again, at the same time, other than technical know-how, you need to have a proper knowledge on the crop behavior, right? How this crop growth is happening, what sort of requirement it requires, and then at what stage you need to harvest it. Until harvesting, what are the nutrient requirements, at what time you need to apply them. Likewise, you need to have a better understanding on the specific crop. And recovery chance is very less. So if you make mistakes, so in this system, if you make any mistake, you cannot recover the output. So that is something very important to know, and maybe sometimes disastrous. So for an example, if you provide wrong amount of nutrient, or by mistake you will apply maybe more amount. If it is lesser amount, that will not make much problem. But if you add more amounts of nutrients or more amount of something, it will directly, if it is automated, it will run through the system, and maybe it will cause toxicities for the plants, and all the plants will die. Likewise, if you make a mistake only, the recovery chance become very less in this system. So the proper growth factors, the temperature, relative humidity, and everything should be in the optimum stage. If not, it will cause harm to your crop, right? So that is why recovery chance less in protected housing or protected house cultivation. So those are called limitations. So these are major limitations. If you have any doubts regarding these advantages and limitations, so it's the time for you to ask it. Right, so then we'll have this identification of this technique. So it's a brief technique. So this is regarding hydroponics. For your easiness, I'm explaining a little bit of the system. So other than the soilless media that we can go for, like soil, so they are hard in nature, and it's more or less like the soil, even if it is not soil. But in this technique, hydroponic technique, we will use water instead of soil. So that is something different. So this is a technique. So there are different techniques in hydroponics too. And nutrient film technique is something very common. At the same time, we will call it like NFT, right? Nutrient film technique. So we'll see how it is running. So as a component of this system, you should have a nutrient tank or a kind of a reservoir, right? In the letter A, as the letter A, you will see a kind of a reservoir or a kind of a tank that stores nutrient solution. So it's a solution. You will get this as a solution. You will provide all the nutrients through water, right? So in this tank, you should mix nutrients to the water in correct quantities, right? So that is what, so that is something that holds this nutrient solution. So it's a container, right? It's a tank. Maybe it is larger in size, but it stores this nutrient solution in the tank. And in letter B, nutrient pump circulates nutrient. So usually this cropping cultivation is above of this tank, and until this plant receives this nutrient solution, you need to pump it, right? So nutrient pump. So it will pump the nutrient solution to the plants, which is located above the tank. And C, nutrient flows into the growth channel. So this is a kind of a growth channel. It's a kind of a pipe-like structure. It is having holes. So inside of these holes, there will be these plants, right? Vegetables usually. So these short season leafy vegetables are very common in this system in hydroponics. So let's say this is as a lettuce. So lettuce plants are located in this channel, and they are hanged in net pots, and the root system is coming out of the plant. So they are hanging in the air, and it will the root hairs, the end tip of the roots will be attached to the nutrient solution. So nutrient solution is flowing through the root system, right? An inlet coming from the pump is providing nutrient solution from one end of this channel, and then in letter D, the nutrients are going through the plants, and the plant roots will absorb the nutrients from the nutrient solution. And in letter E, unused or the excess amount of water. So all the water will not be absorbed by the plant. The excess amount of water will be again flow back into the tank. So that is the outlet, or inlet and the outlet will be there. So inlet will provide the nutrient solution to the plants, and outlet will drain it back to the tank. So it is again collected in the tank. So then again and again it is recirculated. So this is a kind of a recirculation system. So at the same time we have a non-recirculated system as well. So it depends on the specific system. So this is the brief mechanism that is carried out in hydroponics. So this is called nutrient film technique. So it's a kind of a nutrient film or a nutrient reservoir that is used in this system. So then this is providing nutrients and at the same time the irrigation at the same time. Is this clear? Any questions from this one? So there are different techniques. So this is very briefly what happens in hydroponics. Right? So other than those, other than nitrogen film technique, so sorry, nutrient film technique. So these other types of protected culture techniques are also there in hydroponics, and also they are having different names. And top left corner, you can see the grow bags. Maybe you have heard about grow bags, right? So these bags, they are covered by a polythene layer. Mainly inside of this bag, there will be coir, right? Coir-based substrate will be there inside the grow bag. So this coir is very common as a soilless substrate, right? Coir-based substrate will be utilized in many protected culture techniques. So it will be really easy to have treated coir. So that is not directly, the coir is not usable for the crop cultivation because they are having some toxicities in some cations. So then it is treated. The coir is treated and make it suitable for the cultivation of crops, and then they are packed inside grow bags. So they are having holes. So on top of that holes, the plant is planted, and mainly this grow bag system is irrigated by the drip irrigation system. So it is how they are linked with. So that is much favorable to have a drip irrigation system. So if you can look at it, the pipeline is laid beforehand and drippers are set to the plants. So directly the root area of the each and every crop will be having a dripper. So this dripper will provide the necessary amount of water and the nutrients. And down picture left side, pot culture. So the pots can be again utilized for crop cultivations. So the difference is that they are using a kind of a soilless substrate and the plastic pots. And again, the drip irrigation is the most suitable one for this cultivation as well. So it is called pot culture. And the middle picture, it is called vertical farming. Maybe you have heard about this one. So this is having a major trend nowadays, as because the horizontal space is not utilized for this technique. So especially the urbanized people who are coming from the urban areas, which are having very less amount of space for the cultivation, can go for vertical farming, right? So the vertical space is utilized. So the same like grow bags, they are hanged vertically. So it's like a cylinder-like structure. It is also having this coir inside in this bag. So we can make holes here and there, and then we can plant some short season small plant. And then this system is hanged, and at the same time it is provided by a different irrigation technique, which it absorbs. The coir absorbs water from a water channel. And right side picture, the floating culture. Right? Floating culture means you need to build a kind of a tank first, which is a very large one actually. And then it will be filled with a nutrient solution. Right? So the tank is filled with a nutrient solution, and then rigiform trays. Right? Rigiform trays are taken to hang the plants in, and you need to put some holes there. Right? So after you have put the holes, you can hang the plants with the use of a net pot, and the root system will be directly linked to directly attached with the floating nutrient solution. So these bolts can go here and there, they are not fixed. And then even though they are moving here and there, their root system is hanging in the nutrient solution. So then it is really easy for the plant root system to absorb the nutrients and water. So that is also kind of a hydroponic technique. So the water will be the substrate for this cultivation as well. So the crop is growing on top of the rigiform board, and we can easily see the crop growth factors are mainly received by the plant, if it is received very well or not, how the growth is, and everything can be seen from the upward. Right? So this is another technique. So these are called technologies. Right? This is so the vegetable production. So that is not only practiced in the field-based productions. So these are called new technologies. So we can go for many other types of new technologies. So this is how the protected cropping sector or the protected cropping field is doing their cultivation. So these are actually commercially practiced technologies, right? So maybe they are producing their harvest to the local market, and mainly many of the growers in Sri Lanka are orienting their products to the export market, right? So these are the technologies that I wanted to talk about, and with that we have come to the end of this session as well. So if you have any doubts regarding these technologies and what we have talked about this one, yes, you can ask now. So seems no questions. So seems I think you all can understand what I have mentioned, and I have given you as the facts regarding the vegetable production technologies. And so this will mark the end of this session for the crop production for the vegetables.
Recording stopped.
So I will stop share at this point. So is it clear for you all? Any questions from the two sessions? The first session was